All right, we're live. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to the first comic art critique stream that we've had on my channel. I've done it before with Robert Marzullo, which was absolutely great. It was so good doing it with him. He has so many good insights. And if you haven't seen Robert Marzullo's channel on YouTube, I highly recommend it. He's incredible, and he has so many hundreds. I think better part of 1,000 tutorials on there. Anything you want to learn, you can find on his channel. But we're doing this one here, which is going to be a lot of fun. Eric, I'm excited.
Yeah, very, very excited to see what everyone's working on.
So I want to say, first of all, to all of you that are going to show your work, thank you, first of all, for doing it. It takes a lot of courage to put your work out there and to be critiqued. It's not the easiest thing in the world. By the way, this is me here. I just figured we'd be better off if I could see my paper, and we'll just go with that because I'm going to be doing a lot of drawing tonight. I want to say, that said, it does take a lot of courage, and I very much appreciate it. Two things. Basically, number one, and they both kind of go in with each other. Your work really needs to stand for itself. It can be whatever you want it to be. It can be as creative as you want it to be and wild and out there. All of those things come with their own risks, but that's something that you can absolutely do. But the reasoning behind that is really not important, because when you do this is, and not just for comic art, but really any kind of art, including fine art, you put the art out there and you stand there mute and people make up their mind about what they think of it. And that's really what it comes down to. It is about the art, and it's about what you put on the page. I'm repeating myself, but so the reasons why are really not important. And what I want to do is, as much as we can, avoid really starting to go into that. And especially I want to avoid conversations about the philosophy behind what you're doing, because while that's very important to you, it really is the art on the page. And I want to spend as much time as we can while we do these really just going into the mechanics of the art, because that's really what this is going to be about. And I think that's going to be the most helpful for everyone. So if it does start getting a little philosophical, I apologize in advance, but I'm going to try and keep moving things along just so we can really, delve into the things that make the art work or not work from a technical standpoint. And again, these are all opinions. I mean, it's art, it's not science. So I hope I can be as helpful as I possibly can. Eric's going to be with us too and helping out. And hi, Eric.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, and if everyone who does join, just make sure you have a working camera and mic, and just the ability to show your work legibly, because if we can't, it's everyone else is going to be waiting, and we're going to be struggling to actually review it. So we may have to move on if someone doesn't have that ability. So we want to get through as many people as we can.
Yes, and I see a question from Kayu. I apologize, but it says, "Hi David, can I show scan pages in my comic instead of the physical pages?" Absolutely, you can. Yeah, as a matter of fact, that actually might be better in a lot of cases. But yes, absolutely. Also, it's come to my attention that Henry Jeremy had questions for Klaus Janson, and I missed them. And I'm sorry, Henry. Next time. We have actually Wayshak coming up on Thursday. We just did the test stream with him. I'm incredibly excited. We're going to be doing some acrylic painting with him. You guys all know that's my favorite, so I'm really looking forward to it. I'm a huge fan of his work. So Henry, if you're there, I'll get your question in. I promise you in advance. All right, so let's get started.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste the link to the StreamYard in the chat. Again, if you meet the criteria, definitely go ahead and join, and we'll start taking everyone one by one.
Yes, digital art is absolutely fine. It doesn't need to be on paper at all. If you have pictures of them, as a matter of fact, that really is probably easier. Not to discourage you from having physical art in a camera, but scans are they just show up on the screen on their own. So yeah, I definitely recommend that.
Too many characters in the text box, so I'm having to whittle it down.
And Adversity Art says, next time we do this, I will have sequential art. Mark my words. All right, I'm looking forward to it. And there's another thing I wanted to mention. I do apologize for not having pinups and just, free-floating characters and that kind of thing. That sort of stuff can absolutely benefit from a critique, but I wanted to make this as useful as possible for everyone, so I wanted to make it sequential pages. I talked to Eric about this earlier on today, planning on, we have someone waiting, so I'll make this quick. I'm going to do a Q&A.
I need to fix this beeping. Just 1 second, Dave. Yeah, carry on. You can carry on. Sorry.
I'm going to do a Q&A soon. So what I want to do is Keith Aguilar says Finch looked different with a beard. Yeah, absolutely. It's a good look for me. Thank you. I'm going to do a Q&A, kind of like what I did with Monday Night Draw, where you guys would ask questions and I would just draw on the paper immediately what you asked. I tried to do just a quick shorts. I did one on chains. It ended up being like 4 minutes long after editing it down. It got out of control. It didn't really work. So I'm going to do a Q&A. You guys can ask your questions live, and I'll be drawing live and kind of going through those sorts of things with you. Hopefully that'll be helpful, especially for artists that are maybe more starting out and don't have full comic pages. But for this, we're going to be doing full comic pages, and let's get started.
All right. The first person is Aaron. So right now, I see the lobby is full. So as people start dropping off, you'll have the ability to join. So there's Aaron. I don't know why we can't see him. He's audio only.
Yeah, sure. I can play it.
Oh, here we go. There he is. All right. So yeah, thanks so much for coming on. You're the whole screen. So yeah. If you have pages you want to show, I don't know how you want to do it, share screen or whatever it is.
1 second. Just want to make sure that you can actually see the screen.
Last time I did this, Aaron, I did this with Robert Marzullo, and he was handling all the backstage. So if this goes a little bit, we might have a few growing pains in the beginning. So.
I'm trying to present my screen.
Just make sure to present. You can either present window or you can present your second screen. I saw it come up.
Share screen, full screen, share.
There it is. All right.
Okay, finally. Okay.
Oh, I saw it. It went away. There we go. Okay, great.
So yeah. Okay, so I had it set up as in color and in black and white. I do not know which one you prefer to see.
Black and white, but okay, it doesn't matter really. And your work is actually very clear. I don't think color, and the colors is nice. I'm not going to critique color, so there's that. I don't feel like I'm qualified to critique, especially comic coloring. It's just not really what I do or I'm comfortable with. Let's go back to the first page quickly, if you don't mind.
Okay, this one, right? Yeah.
Yes. Well, first of all, we're off to a great start, so it's nice to see. It's really nice looking work. Your figures look great. The anatomy is really good. That's a tough pose with Deadpool's arms above his head. I like how the chest is stretching out properly. All the anatomy looks really, really good. It looks solid. I will say panel 1, he's very centered in the panel, which is a choice, and it's fine. I think I would avoid it. I don't know, but I think I would avoid that panel. Like, to me, it's not as effective as it could be, but it's all right. If it were offset to the left just a little bit, I think it might be just a little bit more pleasing. And then you imagine that you've got word balloons, and that's something you really want to keep in mind when you draw comic pages, is you're going to have dialogue, and drifting them off to the left of the panel, not only compositionally is a little nicer, I think, but it also will balance out with the word balloons, which ideally are on the right side of his head. They can be on the left, it's fine, but I think that panel would be just a little stronger with him pushed over, just to give room for the word balloons. You have a curved perspective on that panel. I would be honest, I don't know how to do that. And this is done digitally.
Yeah, correct.
So is that using like a digital ruler, the curved ruler?
No, well, actually, I did the sketch in just drawing it a 5-point perspective. I just draw like just 5 points, right? And then just start curving them. And that's how I made the 5-point perspective. But I do not know if there is a digital ruler for that. It will be awesome if there is, but I just draw the lines.
So I don't know how to do that. So I kind of like the idea of believing that there's just a digital cheat for it, because it's beyond me, and it looks great. It's perfectly done. And it's such a great way of really showcasing Deadpool really well. And you can see, you're not just completely looking down at him, but you see exactly where he's going. It's a great shot. I could complain that his hand is cut off. I'm going to complain that his hand's cut off because it's right at the wrist, and it's really not ideal. And his sword hilt is directly pressed up against the panel border there, which is something you really want to avoid. That's a tangent that really shouldn't be there. It's a really simple thing. Truthfully, a hand cut off like that, it's always a mistake. Those are forgivable mistakes when the page looks good, but it's something to bear in mind anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say the panel break on the second panel to the third panel kind of pulls your eye away from him a little bit.
Now, one other point I want to make just in terms of storytelling is he's in the third panel facing Deadpool as he comes down. And then in the next panel, he's facing away. Oh, is he facing away in the first? Okay, he's facing away, and I just didn't catch it. Okay. It wasn't, to me, it's not entirely clear. I would say that he's facing toward him. That's what it looks like to me. Mm-hmm. So it was a little bit confusing seeing the next panel. And you've got his hand kind of cut off. This is the last panel I'm talking about. You've got his hand kind of cut off against the panel border there too. I'd kind of avoid that. And strictly speaking, I feel like it's just a little bit flat. Like I would say, here. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna make this one big for a second if I can figure it out. Okay. Well,
yeah,
I got it. I got it. Okay. So I'm gonna do my panel here. And you want a lot of room for, you've got the panel above it. And now that let's see. And they both get just a little bit flat and the head is just about the same size in both panels. So what I would say is if you really closed in on him here and he's turning around and reacting to the Daredevil, I keep wanting to say Daredevil, to Deadpool falling here, that's fine. But going with a simple flat shot there, the next one, it's fine. But personally, I think it would be kind of cooler if you, like, here's the ground maybe. I've got the guy in the foreground here, kind of looking up at him. This is going to be terribly drawn, but hopefully get what I mean anyway. Here's a leg, here's another leg, here's his hand. And then we get a lot more space for Deadpool coming in after him. He's got his swords out. I'm going to cut it off at the border. You know what? The problem is I do this all the time. And so much of my job, I swear, is seeing that and going, oh, I can't do that. And then I have to fight the pose and fix it. And it's a hassle, but it's there, fixed. And maybe his other hand can be, whatever. I can't really quite see how you had it. But the point being that he's attacking the guy here. And his head's going to be cut off here, but he's really not the focus. I think I can get away with that. Cutting off the top of it. Now I made a massive head. I want him to be bigger so he looks like he's in the foreground. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally does. I actually felt that the weakest point of the page was that last panel. I was thinking about just putting the camera just from Deadpool's perspective, just to make it more dynamic, because it's repeating the last panel, right? So it does look repetitive.
It does. And I mean, it's nicely drawn. So that really covers up so many little things. But I wanted to point those out. So for the next page, if you don't mind, panel 1 is incredible. It looks like, I'm going to say it looks like, okay, so how did you do that?
Okay, I'm sorry. I took a screenshot from Google Earth, and that's, I'm sorry.
No, it's totally, really, please don't be sorry. This is the kind of thing, see, I don't know how to do that. And I see it in so many comics nowadays, and it's the advantage of working digitally. And I mean, it's beautiful. It looks great. And I think it's really useful for any of you guys watching to see how simple it can be to put in a really, really nice cityscape. And it looks great. And really, ultimately, that's the goal, right? For it to look really good. So no, I don't mean that like a critique at all. It's a great panel. So it's just Google Earth, and then how do you get it to look like that?
Well, I did some modification and just try to bring the camera down as much as possible. Then I find a straight or a perspective that looks nice. Then just take the screenshot, make some modifications, because sometimes things are not going to look as good as you want them to. And then I followed your recommendation when drawing perspective, I think was the video, of making one side white and the next one black, white, black, white, and then makes the buildings just stack up, right? So
Yeah.
I followed that, and I think the end result was pretty nice.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. Well, and it shows you, even like using all the technology in the world, you still need to be able to make those kinds of decisions, and that's just a simple visual organization thing that just works so well. Looks great. The middle three panels, I think they look great. I love his face. I love the rendering around his eyes. It's really nicely done, and the dinosaurs look incredible. It must have taken a while. I can imagine. And it flows nicely with the last panel because you can still see him in his hand, so you get a real sense of where he is and what's going on. And now he's looking down at the car at the bottom of the page. I will say, small concern that really the action of that page is that car coming in with like criminals are kind of coming after him. So it's an important thing, and it's very, very small. So I'd be a little worried about that. It works, it's fine, but I would have wanted to accentuate them just a little bit more. Maybe if the ground were just a little bit higher up, so they were just a little bit bigger on the panel, just to be a little bit more clear. Like really, really small figures like that, it can be a real risk to kind of get across what you're trying to get across. But it works well, and really nicely drawn. I love the textures. Yeah, it's a really nice work. Like all in all, it's great. So
Thank you.
yeah, that's kind of what I have. Oh, I did want to mention on page 1 in panel 2, he's got his arms raised in the air.
Oh,
if you don't mind.
allow me. Yeah.
Panel 3, he's got his arms raised in the air, and I do feel like here. Hang on. Okay, so he's kind of angled like this. You can tell I've been doing a lot of painting. Here's his head. With his arm coming up, I feel like you kind of have the bicep coming in like hard there and then connecting a little bit low, and like just anatomically, I feel like it kind of gets a little bit lost in there. And that's just a minor anatomical complaint, but it kind of stands out to me. That arm could just be a little bit better. And honestly, your anatomy is really well done all in all, so it makes it kind of easy to critique it like that, and just point out little things like that. So, and it is a little thing. It looks great all the way around, and the rendering really nice too.
Thanks. I've been looking at a lot of Jorge Jimenez, that kind of rendering.
I'm a huge fan. So yeah, it's great stuff. I would think that it's getting very close to being at a place where you can start, hopefully getting some work. That's always a tough thing, and it's every year I swear it's different how people start, but I think you're getting close to where you need to be.
Yeah, good work.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much, Aaron. I really appreciate it.
Thanks to you, David. Robert, really appreciate it.
Awesome. All right. Someone who needs no introduction, I guess.
What do you mean, you guess? It's Lance DeBoer. Lance DeBoer, you can't get an I guess. It's great to see you again.
Lance?
I have a book that I have to send you, and I have your address. I'm totally going off course here, and it's been done for a while. And anyway,
patience is a virtue.
Yeah, but it's done. So
awesome, thanks. Yeah, so I'll share. I'm not going to make excuses. I didn't have a lot of time for the prompt, and I've just been sketching more than doing sequentials. But I looked up a Marvel 2-page script, and I only had time for 1 page. So I'm going to share the 1 page of sequential.
All right.
And if you do want a description of what the script was, that's fine. If not, you can just you can let her rip.
Well, my preference is to be able to understand it without reading the script, ideally.
Perfect.
And obviously, dialogue's going to get lost, but generally speaking, you want a basic sense of what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, and I can move and zoom in wherever you'd like.
Oh, here. Oh, there it is. Okay, great. Yeah, it looks really good. I mean, every time we do this, there's a real difference in your work. It's so much cleaner than it was. The proportions are so much better, and the backgrounds look really good. I think it's really coming along. I love that second panel. That's a great shot choice. The first panel, I will say, is a little bit mid ground. If I had a criticism, it would be that everything, while there's a full background there, everything is really set to the mid, if you know what I mean. Like,
Yep.
you on the left, you've got all those rocks. If you really, brought those right to the bottom of the panel and made them larger, I mean, they don't even need to be so much larger in terms of the space they take up. I think actually it would help if they
Maybe
were.
a bit more framing.
Yeah, and they could, be big enough that they cover some of that blast where it's coming in, so it really pushes that blast back in space just a little bit. That would really make a big difference to that panel, I think. Just getting a foreground in there working.
Mm-hmm.
I will say too, compositionally, everything's a little bit to the right, just a little bit, and because the left-hand side is equally sized with the right-hand side, it ends up reading just a little bit kind of equal as opposed to like a pleasing composition. And I really do think just changing those rocks would completely change that panel. It's really what it would need.
You know what? Can I share an afterthought? What I had for that first panel?
Yeah.
It would have been only seeing, say, like on the right hand side. It would be almost like another downward 3/4 angle shot, but it would have been more just the wing of the helicarrier, and you seeing like a downward angle of that blast hitting the ground.
Yeah, it's whatever shot you choose, there's always it's like a trade-off every time. I mean, there's always a better way, and then there are ways that it might look cool, but you lose the storytelling that you need. And that one, it has all the storytelling. I think in that sense, it works well. Just compositionally, just really a relatively minor adjustment, but it would make a big difference. His foot being cut off in panel 2, I think is fine. It's not cutting him off at the ankle, so I think it works well. I will say that I think his leg is small, and I think it could have been big enough that it would have cut off around his calf, just his lower calf. It ends up looking just a little bit small there.
Okay.
And this is a choice, so take it for what you will. But I do feel like panel 3 flows into panel 4 just a little bit too far. I think it could have, because you really don't need too much below Nick Fury. It goes very far into that panel, further than I think is ideal anyway.
Okay.
So I would just cut that up just a little bit higher, and it would make the last panel of the page, I think, have a little bit more room to breathe. I mean, it works well anyway, and nicely composed too. And that's what I mean. Like, that panel has a really nice, Eric, what do you call it? Golden section, you know what I mean? Rule of thirds. Rule of thirds composition to it. It works very well.
I think it's the rule of thirds, Dave.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And another question I was wondering, and I don't know if this just, the more I look at it, it bothers me, but seeing that Iron Man is angled this way in this, and he's also angled this way here, do you see anything like that, or is that still kind of an okay angle?
I think it's fine. Now, there's a panel separating it, so it doesn't read like a... Sometimes when you have one panel and then it leads directly into the next panel, for instance, if you have somebody punching and then they're punching somebody else with the same hand in the next panel, it can be very distracting. But with a panel between, it didn't strike me anyway is not working. I thought it was fine. And he's obviously getting up now, and now you were limited in terms of the angle that you could put him in because panel 3 went so far in there.
Gotcha.
So I do like the framing of Nick Fury is pretty well done.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a foreground element, bit of a midground, there's a background.
Yeah, and as much as I'm criticizing how far it goes down to the next panel, that screen in the bottom really gives it quite a bit of depth. Actually, it gives it a nice big foreground. He's in the middle ground, and then you have a background behind him. So it's nicely done and nicely framed from the top too. So yeah, I am nice looking work, and really it's. I want to say it looks so much better than what you were doing before, but then I'm afraid I'm saying what you were doing before wasn't good. I feel like I'm gonna.
No, I totally understand what you're saying, and like I said, from the last two critiques, just even the things that you gave me in that, I really try to think about them, and when doing layouts and things like that, and I feel it's working, and I know I still have I think my biggest thing is I still struggle with finesse, and again, I'm not going to make excuses. I know I did hurry a little bit, but regardless, there's that I need that finesse still.
Yeah, well, in a lot of ways, finesse very much comes just with, multiple pages and just doing it over and over again.
Yeah.
There's no replacement for that I'm aware of anyway. It takes the time it takes. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I mean, you want to be as good as you worry about it for sure, but
Sure.
Where you feel like it's not exactly where you want it to be. Every time you do it, it gets just a little bit better.
Yeah, good stuff, thanks.
Well, awesome. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know there's a ton excited to get in here, so I just glad I had the time to share one thing and get some feedback with you guys.
Well, I'm glad you managed to get in there. It's good to see you.
Heck yeah. Awesome. All right, thanks again, fellas.
All right, see you later.
Good luck, everybody else.
All right, I'm gonna add him, Dave. Okay, next up is Dominique Gomez.
Hi.
Hi, Dominique. Thank you for coming on.
I just quick correction. It's Dominic. I don't mean.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Dominic. It gets confusing sometimes.
It's Eric's fault. He said Dominique, and then I was copied.
It's okay. Is this working?
It is. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Should I go to the second page?
Not yet. No. Okay. First of all, I want to say it is really, really well laid out compositionally with the shadows of the black and whites. I mean, that is such an incredibly difficult thing. Panel 1, it's very, very strategically done. It's impressive, and it's a tough thing to pull off. Like his white shirt against the back, you made sure with his hair to give it a bit of a fringe so it shows up against a black background, but without just giving it a simple line, which I see quite a bit. And while that works, it looks drawn. His finger disappears into the door behind it. I really like that. I will say with color that can sometimes be difficult just because colors kind of end up having to read, like they have to basically draw a little bit there because it needs to be a different color, and so that can be an issue. But for black and white work, it's really, really effective.
Thank you.
I know that I've tried it before and I've had colors complain, not to do that if I could help it, just because then they're having to kind of find the line themselves. But it's not a critique. It's a sort of critique. It's just a caution. Mm-hmm. But yeah, really, really nicely done. It's a stylistic choice, I think, with the backgrounds. I do feel like they can get just a little bit simple here and there, and could be just a little bit more cleaned up. Like the pictures on the door behind him, some of them go right up to the edge there. I don't know that I would do that. And then there's one of the lines on the lower part of the door, it extends past the paper there in a bit of a distracting way. So I would think about maybe just being a little bit more clean with that. I really like the style. It's a very classic looking style. But there are places that I feel like it just gets a little bit looser than ideal. And especially toward the bottom of the page where, part of the reason why it can be a little distracting to me is like the floor is ruled. And so when some things are very cleanly ruled and other things are really not, it's a little distracting, I think. So I wouldn't say that you want to just rule everything, but I would say that the stuff that you're freehanding, I would be just a little bit more careful with. And if you go scroll down just a little bit, yeah, it's a great panel. You know, compositionally, it's great. I love how it's laid out, and just in terms of the lighting that you used, it really works. So if you keep going, and the next panel, I mean, it's incredible. You have the store owner, you know, knocked down behind the counter. It's very, very clear. Compositionally, it's beautiful. It's so well done. Those lights on the ceiling are, you know, strategically so perfectly placed. Like it's great, and it's a tough thing. I don't know if people looking at it know just how difficult it is to make that kind of lighting work. It looks simple. It's really, really not, and it's perfectly done. It looks great.
Thank you so much.
The last panel, to me, it gets too simple. I think compositionally it works well. He might be just a little bit low on to the bottom of the page, but whatever, it's fine. I mean, that's I love how it's done in terms of lighting. The way that you have the water tower up there, I can see a little Batman there. He's very understated. It took me a second to see him, but really nicely done. But definitely the doors and windows get so simple that I feel like, just as an artist working and looking for work, I think that would be something that would really hold you back. And I would definitely look at being cleaner with that.
Yeah, some of the windows have come off perspective on the left-hand side a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, compositionally, like David said, it's great.
Yeah. Like the lines on the fire escape get very, very thick. To me, it looks like a layout more than something that you'd want to present as finished. And you know what? It's a choice, right? So like, take that for what it is. And I'm a very different kind of artist, so I don't want you to, you know, you take it for what it is. But to me, I feel like it gets too loose.
Should I go to the next page?
Sure. Yeah. It's, okay. First of all, again, in terms of composition, it's beautifully done. It's great. Panel one, we can't quite see the top of it the way you got it framed there. Just in the, but it's perfect. I mean, it looks great. The way that you layered your lights and your darks, you've got the light buildings in the background against the dark buildings in the foreground with that shadow drawn across there. It's perfect. The next panel, his pants are great. Like that figure is so well done. It's really, really good. And a tough angle to pull off. I love the bricks. Where I would start to, just in terms of storytelling, criticize just a little bit is I can see a corner of a cat there, or the back of the cat. And the next panel, I see the cat's face, more of a, and I kind of lose a sense of where he is and where he's looking. And then he's pointing the gun, and I'm assuming he's pointing at the cat.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just feel like that panel, while it really works well in that space, I kind of just lost that a little bit. I could see the back of the cat, but he was kind of faced the other way. I would want to just establish that a little bit more cleanly, because it looks to me like he's pointing his gun past the cat, like he's going past the cat and pointing it past. So the cat's not a factor. I'm sure the script would make that clear, but I do think you could make that also more clear yourself, easily too. I mean, like I don't think that would be hard for you to do at all, but I would recommend that. Batman looks incredible. And just, yeah, nicely done, nicely composed. It looks.
I did have a question about Batman's arm, like this back arm. I don't know if that really works. But what do you think about that?
I think it looks great. I have no issues with that at all. I think it really works, and it works so well for me because you use line weights and layering your lines over each other really well, so it's very clear.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it worked really well. His folds in his arm. There are times I think your folds are very good, and then there are times that they're not quite as good, and something you might want to look at just a little bit because it's nicely graphic, but it kind of breaks up just a little bit, and you're kind of losing folds there a little. So
Mhm.
something I would just be a little bit more cautious about. And I noticed you have no folds behind Batman's hand as he grabs his arm, which I think is a good choice. But I think it could have been done just a little bit more. Maybe a little bit of reference would have helped with that one.
Right.
Is that a weapon in the bottom right?
Yeah, that's the pistol.
Oh, it's flying out of his hand. Okay.
Okay. Now I have to admit that's not actually very clear.
Yeah, I
We
thought
can
maybe there was
see.
another person.
I can see what you mean, but yeah, I think I would have changed how you approach that just a little bit because it's a little difficult for me to tell. As a matter of fact, actually, it didn't look like anything I recognized, so I think I mentally kind of canceled it out. I just didn't really see it. So yeah, honestly, it's a couple little storytelling things of the kind that happen to all of us, especially when you're learning. They're very small. The important things, your composition, your design sense, your sense of just using environmental lighting are incredible. You have really nice looking figures, really well drawn. Personally, I feel like your style would benefit from just a little bit more. It gets a little too simple here and there and a little too sketchy. It's always such a tough thing because, sketchy, one artist sketchy is another artist, and I'm more of a tight artist. So I feel like I might be critiquing it from that angle, but I do feel like there are a few places where it could be just a little stronger that way, like the windows, like some of the folds in the clothing here and there, some of the lines around the cat. I really like how they're all very directional. It really works. Like compositionally, it's beautiful. It's great. But then you've got some kind of like sketchy lines thrown in that look like maybe they were part of the drawing and then you did rendering over, but to me they look like a bit of a scribble behind it that I think doesn't really work. But again, these are all my perspective, put it that way.
Hmm.
But yeah, really, really strong work.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah,
And
thanks
the
for sharing.
anatomy, by the way, there's not much anatomy. I only really see Batman in there where you're really seeing, and by anatomy, I mean like superhero anatomy, but it's really solid. It's very, it has a lot of, Dave Mazzucchelli, like classic feel. I can see some of the influences in there, and I think they really, really work. Some Chris Samney, even maybe, I don't know if he's an influence, but
Oh yeah, for sure.
I do think that it would really benefit from just a little bit more consistent detail in the backgrounds and in a few other places.
Okay, I could work on that for sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Dominic, and sorry for getting your name wrong when we got in there.
Oh, and it's no problem.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for showing us.
Yeah, strong work.
All right. Tyler is next. I know Tyler's. I think he might have been on the first review.
Hello.
So, yeah.
Hi, Tyler.
Hey, I
you
actually
for
just saw
coming.
you at New York Comic Con, so my portfolio is not crazy different, but I have some it's 2 more pages to show you now.
All right.
And hey, Eric, too.
Hey, how's it going?
Good seeing you guys. Let's see, I'm going to present. All right, so this is a double page spread. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
That's great.
Yeah, that is an impressive spread. That is really great. I mean, and it's such a tough thing like that. I can just imagine getting that in a script and I would not know where to start. And you did it beautifully. Like compositionally, that's incredible. Really, really great. I love how the shots are coming out. Like just the way that you arc those lines and the way that you drew the smoke is just really nice. It's great.
Very, very good.
That face in the upper left corner, it's great. The angle's great. Like it's really nice. My criticism, and I would have just a little bit, and that is he, to me, feels a little bit soft in the body. I think, and it can be a stylistic thing, but I just want to say I would recommend you maybe try just hardening up some of the lines just a little bit. I feel like his lower leg there, some of the anatomical shape gets lost just a little bit. Like it's not really as strong as it could be. His foot, definitely, like the back of the foot, it kind of droops just a little bit down. I think that lower leg especially really could be much better. And I mean, the work is so good. The hands are great. The faces, your anatomy is strong. So it makes that leg really kind of stand out for me. And it's not terrible at all, but it's not good enough for the quality of that page. It could be better. And I really think it should be. You have a line around him from like a rim light around him. And I notice on his arm, under his bicep, it kind of cuts in. It's got a nice shape to it, and it kind of describes the shape. Along his back, it just gets a little bit flat, and kind of along his leg, I'd kind of want to just maybe give it a little bit more detail than that. Like insert his lower back into his lat a little bit, or the other way around. Here's me talking about anatomy. I'm not sure which way I would insert it, but I do think it could benefit from that just a little bit. I also don't like how you have his scales that are pretty large size, but they're not affecting the contour of his outfit at all. I really think they should actually be like, you should see it along like the back of his arm. You should see that ribbed kind of detail affecting that silhouette a little bit. So it kind of ends up reading flatter than I think it could. I do like how you are losing it toward the light, which I think really, really works. But just having just along that shape, just giving it that ridged look would really complete it out nicely.
Yeah, I definitely see what you mean. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, because last time I showed you some stuff. We talked about some like stylistic things, like the hard line, and it's funny because I as many times as I try to implement that, it just does not come naturally to me. So when you say the hard line, do you think I should try to just work with straight lines and stay away from curved lines when I do my my line work?
I would give it a try. Let me show you what I mean, and then so his leg is kind of here. And then his lower leg is here. His foot's kind of here. And so what I mean is, now don't look at this as any kind of a hard and fast rule, because it's always a mistake. And you can see every once in a while I see an artist that it just has a stylistic effect that they just use like a rule, and it can be constraining. So I'm going to start just with his glutes here, and you can see I've kind of gone much more angular with it. It kind of rises up here just a little bit. I'm going flat. Then there's a bit of a divot here and now I'm cheating a little bit. I mean, I really should be drawing all my anatomy in here to really get this. And I think that's probably something you really want to focus on doing until you're really comfortable with anatomy, where you can kind of skip it. But I'm seeing anatomy to me that looks like it's not fully realized as a result. So I'm going to give it just a little bit of shape there. His knee looks, in your version, just a little bit just rounded and not anatomically as correct as I'd like. There's this muscle here. I see you have that, but it just kind of flattens out. Like I want to give it just a little bit of shape there. Then I'm going to connect my foot and make sure my foot just has a little more structure. You're losing some of that structure there. And that's really what I'm saying. It's not as strong as it needs to be. and that's an area you definitely need to work on. I'm going to draw his other side here. So I'm more angular for sure, but mostly what's happening is there are details to the form, to the contour of the form that you're losing, just little subtleties, and it ends up looking just a little bit soft. And so your anatomy is really strong. It really is, and your work is so good. But I got to be honest, I think it's a weakness right now, and it's something you really need to focus on.
No, I appreciate that. And then like the way you redrew it, that makes so much more sense to me. The way you explained it with the drawing, like that, I definitely see what you mean.
So yeah, and you know, it's all of these things are it's study and it's effort and it takes time, and you know, but with the work you're doing, it's so strong in so many ways, and it's great. I have no doubt that you can improve that, and I would really like to see that, because I think that to me would be, I mean, this is very printable work. Let's be honest. You know, like this is professional looking work. So while I'm critiquing it, I want to point that out, but it could be stronger, and I think that that's really the way that it could be. So
No, that really makes a lot of sense, and I really appreciate that, and I'm definitely going to work on all of this. And
I'm glad.
yeah, and that's pretty much all I want to show you guys for today. But thank you so much for having me on. I really, really appreciate your time.
Well, thanks for coming on. It's great stuff, and it's great to see you again. So hopefully I'll see you next year in New York too. And well, hopefully we'll do another critique stream before then, and we'll see you again.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
All right.
See you, man.
Thanks, Tyler.
All right. Marshall Henson.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, we won't be able to see you, Marshall, because your videos. I have it set to where the videos. If you don't have a camera, we won't see your avatar in here. But we'll see whatever you share.
Yeah, I can share this. You guys can see that, right?
Yeah, I'm finding it very hard to hear.
Oh, you guys can see that, right? Is that better?
Yes. Oh yeah, much better.
Okay, good.
Well, geez.
I got 4 in this series that I did for the sample thing.
Yeah,
Now-
this was a sample. Yeah, this is a sample you told me about, right?
I do apologize, Marshall. I want to see all 4. Actually, I really do. I mean, this is incredible stuff, but I have to stick to the rule. But I mean, I don't think anybody needs to see more than 1 page to see how strong this stuff is. It's really, really great.
Let's see. I'll flip through them fast. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can see the story.
All right. Oh, you know, actually, okay. Now I'm totally cheating. But if you go to number 4, Spider-Man's glute in that last panel definitely starts to get lost. It looks very, very large, and it just looks like anatomically you kind of lost that.
Okay.
I mean, the anatomy is really strong. Your panel structure, that's such a great panel, like all the way around. I love it. I think it's really, really nicely done. It looks so classic, you know, but definitely that glute is a real problem area.
On the bottom panel.
Yeah.
Okay. The upper one or the bottom one?
The bottom.
Okay.
It would be his right leg, the leg closer to
His
us.
right leg. Okay.
Yeah. And enough so that I think that what you're seeing is not what it looks like. Like, you know, and this can happen when you're drawing something and you haven't, you know what you're drawing and you know what you've got there. But, you know, for somebody just looking at it kind of from the outside, not really knowing what you're thinking with it, it really reads like a really, really large butt on one side.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
So I would definitely sort that one out.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I mean, hands look really great
Okay.
stuff.
Okay. Gotcha.
Spider-Man in panel 1 on page 1 is, I mean, could not be stronger. It looks great. I can see a little bit of, I want to say, oh shoot, here I'm so. Spider-Man 2099, Rick Leonardi.
Oh yeah, I love that guy, man.
And it's like Rick Leonardi, but and very clean and slick too. Like just really, really nice. Like I can see the classic influences in your work, and they really are strong. I mean, so nicely done. And your panel layout is great. I mean, that last panel, panel 5, that is a tough panel to pull off, and I really, really think you did. I mean,
Well,
it
here's
looks really good.
this. I'm sorry. The story behind this was I met CB Cebulski and he gave me a script. Well,
Mhm.
he sent me to one of his little minions. He said, "Oh, you're," because I showed him previous pages, and he said, "These are great." He goes, "You're ready to go. We'll get you started on some sample stuff, and we'll see where you need to be." So
Yeah.
he gave me to one of his guys, and then I sent him in, and then I was just ghosted. And I sent him another follow up email, and I'm ghosted. And I haven't heard anything back. So it's weird.
Yeah, and that sucks, and it happens. Honestly, the work is strong enough that um, that's going to be a temporary problem. It happens to all of us.
Well, I'll tell you, but the good note is I met DC and showed them the Marvel pages. He said, "I
Yeah,
wish you had stuff with more faces," and she sent me a Nightwing sample script just recently, so I'm going to work on those.
great. Yeah, well, I'm
You can
sure it'll
just
be
keep
great.
going. I mean, why not?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Please keep going. Like, don't stop. I mean, it's really, really strong. I don't feel like I have much that I could think of to criticize. I'm gonna start criticizing just because I feel like I'm not doing my job.
Just keep drawing.
Keep drawing. Yeah, it looks really, really good.
Well, thank you.
It's professional work and really nice professional work. The buildings look really great. The windows have so much depth to them. I feel like I could walk right in there. Yeah, really, really nicely done. I love the angles that you picked. Like no panel. Well, yeah, pretty much no panel is just flat to the camera. Which, truth be told, most of my panels are flat to the camera. I find those so difficult to do when I angle the camera. It messes with my head. Yeah, I like Spider-Man coming in toward that truck is it's perfect. It's great. I will say, okay, I'm going to criticize it
Go
just
ahead.
a little bit. I
Well,
feel like
I'm going to fix it and then resubmit.
okay, his hands, the taco vendor guy, get large, especially for the size of his arm. There, I feel like the hand ends up getting pretty big, and in the other one too. Um, it just gets too big, I think.
That's fine. That's an easy fix.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And then the shadowing on his neck, I don't like.
Gotcha.
Just how you define the neck muscle just below that shadow and with some of the rendering. And
Gotcha.
I got to be honest, I'm being really picky, but
That's fine.
I got nothing else. I mean, this stuff is so good. I really shouldn't be criticizing it. Like the people
No,
running.
that's fine. I'm going to make his ass smaller in the last page and
Yeah. Okay, that one definitely. I would
smaller
say.
there, so that works.
Yeah. And I know exactly how that kind of thing happens. I've done it where, it's just you're looking at the anatomy in a different way and it just kind of reads strangely. But yeah, I have no doubt that'll be easy to fix. It's such good stuff.
All right. Well, that sounds great.
Well,
And
thank you.
I will work on the Nightwing, so if you ever decide to do this again, you'll get to see those two. So.
Well, we'll definitely do it again, and it'll be sooner rather than later. So I'm looking forward to seeing Nightwing, and hopefully DC will be, smart and pick it up. I kind of have a feeling they will be.
Oh yeah, no. Well, she was really great. The person I talked to. So we'll see what happens.
Well, I mean, you're ready. Like, look at this stuff, Eric. Come on.
Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, Marshall's been putting a lot of work and doing samples and just also working on his own comic, and it's really, really good stuff. He's got a very strong work ethic, and that definitely shows.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's so many times where I see work that there are things that are so strong, but then there are some major things that still need work, and sometimes it's a thing that it's a really identifiable thing that just needs to be better, and I know an artist can, and then there are times where it's just there are some things that are strong, and then some things I'm like, oh, I don't even know how to start with this. I mean, if I'm criticizing stuff, it's like I could go over any professional's work and do that, So I think it's really strong.
Well, I appreciate it, David. That's great.
Good stuff.
Well, thank you so much, Marshall. I'm looking forward to seeing you over at Marvel or DC or Dynamite or.
Well, I'll see you at a show soon enough too. So.
All right. Awesome.
Good. Thank
Awesome.
you guys.
Thanks, Marshall.
Now we have Esteban.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I have inking samples to show. Let me share my screen.
Johnny D has a super chat. I'm sorry, but I see it there and I don't want to miss it. And by the way, I just want to say it's not probably the best night for super chat. So, but thanks, Dave, and all your associates for doing what you do. You guys are really doing service for aspiring artists. I commend you all. Well, thank you so much, Johnny. And really, this is a pleasure. And this has been a pleasure so far. I mean, the work has been so good. I'm blown away.
A few people are asking about submitting. Just check the pinned comments at the top of the chat, and that's how you join the room. And if it's possible, we'll get to you tonight.
Sorry, I'm having some settings issues. Oh no. Sorry, I have to do something with my system preferences.
Well, what we'll do is we'll just give it a minute. And if you're still having trouble with it, we won't kick you out. Don't worry. But what we will do is just skip ahead, let you get it sorted out, and then come back.
Yeah.
Now, let me give you a minute before I do that. But
Sorry.
no, it's all right. And look,
Oh, man.
whenever we have a guest on a live stream, we do a test stream, and then we come in a half an hour before, and then inevitably it's problems. So it happens.
Okay, just one more minute, and then I don't want to take up too much time.
Dylan Dietrich asks if you have to keep reloading the page, or will automatically let you in if there's room.
I'm not sure. I would imagine you got to try and join the room again.
I wish there was a cleaner way to do that, eh? We're not. I hate to put you in that position where you're. So we lost. So you know what? He'll be back in as soon as he comes in. We can put him right up ahead of Lucas. Apologies, Lucas, but you'll still be in the same spot. Yeah. And so we're gonna go and move on to Devontae Thompson, and then we'll see if we can get him back in.
Hey, Dave, what's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I've forgotten how to talk. We're only 58 minutes in. Thank you so much for coming on.
Gotcha. I got like physical portfolio here, so I'll put this on.
Here, let me maximize your screen.
There you go. Can you see it?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's nice looking stuff. Panel 1, I think, works really well. It's very clear. Panel 2, again, that little shift in the floor, I think, really just gives it add a little bit of drama. I really like it. The figure in the foreground, I think, is really nicely done and nicely placed. How you've done it compositionally. That panel, I think, really works. I like how you framed the main figure. Really, that's ultimately the focus. He's looking at the screen. I'm assuming that he's the focus in that panel.
Yes.
With a really dark border around him, so it really frames him nicely. I think that really works. What kind of lead are you using?
HB.
Okay, now I would say a critique I would have is that HB is a very soft lead to use, and it makes it really, really difficult to get fine detail. And I do feel like it kind of shows here and there. In some of the smaller figures, the line basically around like arms, heads, shirts, that kind of thing ends up being just a little bit heavy. And
Gotcha.
And switching to maybe not a 2H, that might be a little too hard. I use a 2H. I really like it, but I would say definitely you want to harden up your lead just a little bit. I think it'll make a big difference just in terms of subtlety of detail, because you are losing. And I mean, the stuff is strong, but I feel like it is getting a little lost in there.
Gotcha.
The faces at the bottom, I think, are largely very strong. Uh, the third one, I don't know if he has a nose that's. He does have a nose. It's a little different. It's the rendering on there. I feel like it's just now, and this could be a result of the HB too. It gets just how would I say it? I want like a little simple. It's um, hmm. It works, but it's not very pretty the way that you're
Gotcha.
rendering it. And I don't know of anybody that really renders in quite that way. And what I would really recommend that you do is when you're looking at comics and we should all be doing this. And I know we look at life and that kind of thing, but if you want to learn how to do, kind of fine rendering, whichever style it is, basing it on the work of another artist is really the only way to do it. And I would recommend for faces to start looking at the way that some artists pattern their rendering around faces, eyes, that kind of thing. But by and large, it's very strong. Like his brow gets just a little bit flat. It's like 3 lines that are evenly spaced, and it doesn't really look as anatomical as it could. It could be stronger. So it comes down to a bit of a detail. Also, his actual eyebrow is just kind of a flat line. And some of those things are like everything's fine. Like the angle is fine. I like how it attaches to the neck. It's well done. But just in terms of some of the finish, I think it could be stronger.
Gotcha.
The next figure, the next face, it's a bit of an extreme perspective. With how much the top of his head's cut off, I feel like we'd be still kind of looking up at more of his chin. I don't love it. I feel like it ends up looking just a little bit skewed. And here, hold on. Okay. So his head's angled kind of like this. He's got one eye here, the other eye here. I'm keeping it really simple. Here's his nose. The mouth. Now I'm angling the mouth the same angle as my eyes. What you're doing is imagining you have a point kind of here, and so it's getting much more angled here than here. So I'll angle it down a little bit more, and I think that can work, but it's a hard thing to pull off. Something that I kind of avoid because it's very easy for things to start looking skewed when you do that. But what I do think is really hurting is you have a really steep angle here, and then it cuts off. So it looks like he's kind of losing some of his head up here. I think you want to just give that a little more structure up here. Just like this. So it's a bit of a head structure thing, and it's not bad, but just that little angle I think is just cutting in too much, and it's a little distracting to me. And the faces, by and large, are strong. So that would just be one comment that I would have.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've been practicing heads and faces a lot recently, so I'm definitely working on that.
All right, great. Yeah, because I mean they're looking good. Definitely, I feel like the rendering looks like you're winging it to me, and it's not bad, but it could be stronger. And I really think you need to decide, which artists that you like, the way that they approach that kind of thing, and really try not to only just draw faces proportionally, but also try and match their level of finish. You'll learn so much from doing that.
Gotcha. All right, I got one more page for you.
All right. Yeah. Nicely done. Again, you're very good with composition with those fish in the foreground. I think they're great. They're really nice. They're a little simple. I think for something that's really big in the foreground like that, I'd really want to, be a little more intricate with the detail. But as it is right now, I feel like detail is not your strong suit, and I really think that a big part of that is the pencil you're using. I think a bit of a harder lead will really help. But I mean, they're very clean. It's a great panel. The next panel, I think, compositionally again, very nice. Like it all is. I think my favorite panel on the page has to be the the fourth panel, the close up on the eyes. It's just a really, really nice looking shot. Oh, you know what? At a distance, I couldn't even see that. You could see reflected where he's going at. It's great. That's a really great panel. The next one too. This is so well done.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
It's really, I love the shadow, the way you have that across the stairs. That is a tough thing to pull off. It looks great. Like really, the things that you're doing well are so good. The things that you're not, I think, those are things that you can absolutely learn and get much better at. I really think just a little bit of looking at some other work to give you a little guidance just in terms of rendering and some finish technique. I think it'll really, really help.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right, and that's about it.
Yeah, good stuff.
I got one more criticism.
Oh, gotcha.
The shadow on his nose is coming almost down, but the shadow on his face is just on one side. So the nose shadow is not really matching the rest of the shadow on his face to me.
Gotcha.
The rendering that you have on the head actually looks there's like an anime influence to it, and I actually really like that. Like that to me looks like it's starting out thicker. It fades out. That's got a nice patterning to it, and it looks very deliberate. And so to me, it's very different than what you have in some of the other panels in terms of rendering. So if that's something that you were looking at an artist and were kind of picking up, I would keep doing that because it stands out in that picture.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's good stuff.
All right, Dave. Thank you for the critique. Appreciate you coming out. Doing the stream.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for coming on, Devontae. Appreciate it. Stuff is looking really good. So hopefully we'll see you again.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely be going around and show my stuff off.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. So before we continue, I've got 2 super chats. 3, sorry. Damie King for $5, and thank you very much. Says, thanks for doing this. This beats my lone comic study applications sessions. I would love more. Talented artists too. Yeah, really talented artists so far. And this is a pleasure. I really want to do this more. So thank you. Jimmy Reyes. Hey, we have Jimmy Reyes here for $5. Thank you so much, Jimmy. To all you artists, don't be afraid to show your work. David Finch is one of the best and a nice guy. I'll see. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Take advantage of this opportunity. Well, thank you so much, Jimmy. You guys all know Jimmy Reyes. He's a great artist and inker and writer and of Dragon Rage and friend of the channel. And we have one more from Damie King for $2. He says, could you ask him influences early comics manga? I'm so sorry that I missed that while I was here. We have another one here. Unfortunately, I missed that when he was here, but it would be interesting because I could see a little manga influence in there. Aaron Arce, and I apologize. I can barely speak English, Aaron. I'm sorry. Has a $5 super chat. He says, thanks a lot for taking the time to do this. I greatly appreciate all the feedback. Well, thank you very much, Aaron. All right, I'm sorry. All right.
Next up, we have Lucas.
Hello, Eric and Dave.
There you go.
Yeah. Hi, Lucas. Thank you so much for coming on and showing your work.
No problem. And I wanted to thank you also for the Spider-Man issue with the sketch on it. I was the winner for that one, so thank you.
Oh, great.
All right, I'll take a present here. And tab. All right. All right. Hopefully it's not cheating a little bit. It's part of a story I did. So it's a double page spread, but I can switch to a sequential page if you go.
No, that's all right.
All right.
We can call this a page.
It's
Wow.
really good. The hands are well done.
Really, really great. It's a really, I mean, it's professional work. It's really nice.
Thank you.
The shadows, I think, all work so well. Skulls from different angles work really well. I'm just going to sit here and talk about what I think really works. But I will say this. In terms of criticism, the two fists, Wolverine's fist and Predator's fist, not the one that he's striking with, but the one that he's holding back away from Wolverine is very square.
Okay.
In terms of, like, there's a little bit of difference in the height of the knuckles, but I definitely feel like it's much more square than you really want to be.
More of that curve on the top.
What I would recommend for you, because you have, I mean, really great anatomy all the way around, is maybe just using your own hand as reference just a little bit more, just to get a little more comfortable with that. Like, fists in comics are such an important thing, and when they end up looking just a little bit flat like that, it can really hurt. So to me, that stands out as not as strong as really everything else. So I would throw that out there. But I mean,
it's an easy fix since it's just the line on that side. So.
Yeah, really, really nice. Okay, I'm going to say one other thing. The water could be stronger. It looks just a little bit kind of flatly drawn, and there are some artists that do that kind of thing so well, and I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, unfortunately, but I think it could be stronger. Okay. Maybe even just using photo reference and just kind of using it as a guide to make it a little bit more like water, because as it is, it's fine. But to me, this is such a common thing for, you're incredibly talented. The things you do well are so good that the things that you're not doing quite as well are like kind of surprising, because the things that are good are so good. So I think it's a testament to how strong this picture is all the way around. I mean, it's incredible work. Beautifully done.
Thank you. We'll go to a sequential. I couldn't pick, I don't know which one I want. I guess the Year One Ugly Muffin Fluffer page here.
Wow. So is this work you're doing for someone, or is this just samples?
No, right before they announced the Wolverine versus Predator, I thought that would be a cool thing to draw, so I kind of made a plot.
I mean, look, if you told me that this was, for the book, I would think that it's totally appropriate. I mean, it looks really great. I love your rendering, like around his arm, that kind of sleeve thing he's got there. It's just really nice and slick. So much of the detail it's just really, really nicely done.
Thank you.
The hands there, I think, look really good. Yeah, it's really strong. I love the shadow over his head when he pulls off his helmet. But to me, like, what's most impressive on this page is those top panels. Mm-hmm. You have a panel border that I would never, ever in a million years recommend somebody do, because it's a nightmare, and it just makes it so confusing, and nobody can make that work. But 100% totally works. Like, it looks great.
I was looking at too much Todd McFarlane those days, I guess.
You know what? You could ignore me completely on that one, because I think it looks great. It's really clear. I think it's really interesting. And this is an example of where I personally avoid that kind of thing, because I don't do it well. And I recommend for people doing samples to not do that, because when it doesn't work, it can really affect the quality of your samples. Yeah. But I mean, if you can do it like that, hey, great. I mean,
I guess the luxury of being still an amateur, I can try things that don't work as well.
I don't think any publisher would ever complain about that. I mean, just they're really, really strong panels. I love how Wolverine's arm is really light in front of the dark behind him. Like, just really, really nicely done. All the decisions you're making on this stuff are so strong. This is professional work.
Oh, thank you.
I feel like I'm just gonna, close this and go to bed and say, you guys are all great. Yeah, really nice stuff.
It's, that's all we got. I guess thank you for the opportunity and for some stuff to work on.
Well, a little bit, I guess. Sure, yeah, but
I guess next time I'll show you something with a cityscape in it, so you'll have more to critique.
is that difficult for you?
I have a, I don't know. I get really bored with urban settings, I guess. So
Yeah, we all do.
yeah. So with cars, the old Mike Mignola refuses to draw cars, so he doesn't have any kind of thing.
Well, you know what? I hope you do. I hope you try it. As much as it's not fun, and I don't blame you. It's so important to be able to do well, and I have no doubt that you can do it perfectly well.
Just extra reference, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, come on, Predator is so much reference.
Yeah.
Getting all that stuff to work right. If you can do that, you can do anything.
Kind of see where like the tech stuff, similar kind of thing, where I feel like I fall apart in like his shoulder pads and belt and stuff. I kind of just lose interest, I think.
It doesn't show.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it really doesn't. To me, it looks like a lot of work went into everything. I like the way those little skulls are draped through the string. I mean, that's not easy to make it work like that, and it looks great.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's really, really strong.
Thank you. All right. Good luck, everybody else.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lucas. Really, I mean, it's great work.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully we'll see you again. I'd really like to see a city, as much as I hate to do that to you. If you want to do it, but I would love to see it.
My next one, I think, is going to be Supergirl, so she's usually urban, so that'll be
Fun
that'll be
times.
some cities.
Yeah, you know what? You get a script from a writer, and guaranteed, whatever you hate drawing, some of that'll be in there.
In there for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Later, guys.
Right. Thanks a lot. And we have a super chat from Allison McGlone. Good to see Allison here. She says, "Any chance I can still get in?" I don't know, Eric.
It's basically luck of the draw right now. Yeah. We're kind of
and we will be doing this, Allison, very soon. Again, this isn't going to be like a year between doing this. The next time we do this is going to be no more than 2 months. I want to do this more often, and it seems like there's a lot of interest from you guys in doing this. So we will do this again soon. Johnny D has a super chat for $2. Thank you so much, Johnny. He says that Wolverine versus Predator is incredible. Great. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's great stuff. There are just times I don't know what to say because it just looks great.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but how do you pronounce your name?
Hello.
Yes. Hi.
Hi. My name is Kawi.
Kawi, thank you. Okay, good. I didn't want to. Yeah, I tried to say it early on, and I realized, when you say it, it sounds actually. It looks like it should exactly say that. It makes sense, but.
Oh, but no problem. No problem. It's kind of difficult, so don't worry.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming on too. I really appreciate it.
I would ask you if like I can present just my screen because my camera would be on my phone and I could not enter with my phone on the live stream.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, thank you a lot for this. So I'm going to present. It's just pencils. It's just my first 2 pages from my first comic book. I'm producing like I literally started last month, so I'm a very beginner.
Okay.
I'm sharing the screen.
Don't see anything just yet.
1 second. Share screen. Oh, I think that's it. Are you guys seeing?
Yeah, there we go.
If you want me to zoom in, you can just say.
Well, start like this for now. So you've been drawing for a month, you say?
These comics, I'm drawing for like a month, but I have done some works on the digital media, like character design and some other stuff. But comics is first time.
Well, It's a great start, that's for sure.
Thank you.
I mean, to me, it looks clear that you haven't just been drawing for a month, which is why I ask. I have to say the perspective that you're using, especially for somebody that's more used to working digitally and doing character design, is really strong. It's really, really well done. It's a tough thing,
Thank you.
and it seems like you have a pretty natural ability to do it. Yeah, really, really nice.
Thank you. I have two pages, so you want me to go to the
Sure.
next page?
All right. So what I would say is, I think that from panel 1 to panel 2, I'm kind of losing a sense of and then to panel 3, I'm losing a sense of where I am just a bit.
Oh, okay.
So just in terms of storytelling, I can see he's got his glass on the table, and then you see
Yeah.
the glass there. But the way you're moving the camera around, it's just a little tough for me to. You know what? Okay, I think I know what it is. In that first panel,
Yeah.
it doesn't quite look like he's looking at the glass. It looks like he's
Oh,
kind of
all
looking
right.
off to the side. And then the next panel, I don't quite see enough of the glass to really know that it's a glass. I do after looking,
Yeah.
but just at a glance, it wasn't really reading to me. And so I was
Yeah.
kind of losing a sense of what I was looking at just a little bit.
Yeah. I had a lot of difficulty to draw like this face
Yeah.
and be like, I think for the first comic, I did not expect to have so much difficulty on keeping the characteristics of the character like consistent between panels. It
Oh
is very
yeah,
hard.
it is. Now it gets much easier. It really does. But that's something that until you draw comics, you don't really encounter drawing the head from a 3/4 rear angle, looking up at it or looking down on it. You need to be able to do all of those angles easily,
Yeah.
and it just takes a little bit of time. And I would say, just in terms of the figures, it's a good start for sure. And I mean, there's some good things going on, but definitely it needs some more study to
Yeah.
really kind of get it working. I feel like the folds are there and they're largely working,
Yeah.
but they're looking pretty unrealistic just the way that they're defined. So I would definitely work on that a little bit.
Okay.
Some of the proportions get just a little bit strange. Like I feel like that second panel, the distance between those two chairs, and this is a very common problem. And you know what? I've got my paper here. I want to show you exactly what happened.
Okay.
Hold on. I got it, Eric. Okay. So here's your panel, and this is such a common problem. You've got your perspective. I'm just going to put it right in the center here.
Oh, can I ask you a question? Like,
Oh yeah, sure.
like one of the difficulties that I encountered during these two first pages was to really put the person that are reading the comic in the scene, so create this sense of like scale between like the the different sizes of the tables, and that was very difficult for me, like
Yeah.
keeping the proportions right and like the
Oh,
distance between tables.
it is, and there are ways to do it, and there are ways to really measure it out well. So much of it, in order to do it, effectively panel to panel at any kind of a schedule, it has to start to get intuitive. But what you did with this one, I'm going to ignore everything that was over here, and I'm just going to focus on just the desk. And I can't actually see the page right now,
Oh,
so I'm kind of do this from memory. But really, this is effectively what you had for the desk. And you've got one chair here,
yeah,
and then you've got another chair here, and those chairs are like a mile apart. So the way that really would work to make everything sit properly, so you don't have the stuff that's in the background look like your diner is like a mile long, is I'm going to do the same thing. I've got my point here. I'll just try and make this as quick as possible. Sorry about that, but
no problem.
so here's my my desk, whatever, not a desk, counter.
That's
And I'm
perfect.
going to see the end of it from here, unless I really want to just see just shorten it this way, but I don't want it to be so long. I've got a chair here. I'm drawing it like I'm looking down on it. I'm above my point. I can't draw. Here's another one here. Another one here. And they really start to get closer together and smaller as they go. And you can see how they're much closer together.
Yeah.
And it's such a common thing. And what's the rule on how far apart to make those to make it really work? Well, I wish there was a really easy rule. I don't know one personally, but this happens with buildings too. So, I'll draw a building, and here's the side of my building. I'm going to draw a window on the front, another window, and then I'm going to draw a window on the side and another window. And you can see how it looks really, really odd. Well, the reason for that is you're pretty close to your point here.
Yeah.
So things would start to get really foreshortened. First of all, this would be like a mile long. So you really want to shorten that right down. And then the windows on the side would be incredibly foreshortened. Pretty much, it's like the rule is always shorter than you think. But see
Yeah.
how now all of a sudden that really looks like it's in perspective?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And like I don't know if like the lack of text
Mhm.
is hurting the understanding of the page, but I had a text that like situates the situation basically. Like there it's happening basically an attack, an alien invasion, and this
Well,
TV channel. So I
let me just
was
say,
okay.
for the purposes of what we're doing here, generally speaking, the actual story is really not important. It's what you can get across visually in
Oh
terms of
yeah,
storytelling, and there are places where that's getting lost. And while you could fix that with text, that ends up being a failure of the artist. You really want to make it as clear as possible. People that you don't need to be able to look at the art and know exactly what's happening, but you really need to be able to tell generally what's happening.
yeah,
Like if you watch a TV show, they show you images and then people talk. There's no narrator saying this is what we're looking at now. And so you need to really consider that to be your job. So it actually doesn't matter what the story is.
yeah,
In terms of a critique, it really matters that it works visually. And you have been doing this for a relatively short time. It's pretty freaking strong. Like it's well done. Um,
thank you a lot. Thank you.
but
But
those are just
I can see what you mean. Like I can clearly see now.
okay. Great. Yeah. It's such a simple thing. I did this actually for quite a while when I was learning, and it was frustrating. I couldn't figure out why my panels were just looking so odd when I was drawing into a point like this. I'm
Yeah,
pointing at a page you guys can't see, but yeah, that's really all it is. It ends up being a pretty simple thing, but it's something that I think we all go through.
yeah. Thank you a lot. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by and showing your work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
such an honor.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, we'll see you again soon.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Next up is Outpost 48.
Outpost 48 looking very cozy.
Hello, it's too cold. Let me share my screen.
Magic Triangle says Proco posted a video recently that goes over extending objects in perspective to be equal distance apart. Now, I would recommend looking at that. The Proco videos are so well done; it's absolutely worth doing. So, for sure, look at that. But equal distance apart, still, if I make that window right here, you can
can
barely
see
see
it.
it. But the window, I just want to say this quickly. Sorry. If I make that too wide, then all my windows, even though I'm making them equal distance apart, are going to be too wide. So it is a bit of a, I don't know of a clean way to fix that. Sorry, Outpost. Let's, when you're ready, we'll put it up on the screen.
You can see it. Anything?
I see a window shared. If I don't know if you want me to share that just yet.
Yeah,
You've got nothing open yet. It's just,
Yeah, I just want to make sure there's nothing private there.
I have the page. I press the button.
Yeah, I think you're most likely either sharing the wrong monitor or sharing the wrong application.
Well, you can share entire screen, or you can share a window, and it's very possible if you're sharing a window, you're just sharing the wrong window. Corin Kaiser Stone says we'll have to do a tradigital episode soon, David. Make it happen, Eric. That's something I'd really like to do is kind of focus on so much of the technologies out there that most artists are really using now. And I use a pencil, so I'm a bit of a.
I think I managed to do it.
Ready? All right. Here we go. All right.
All right.
Oh, yes. You can see it?
I can see it, yeah.
I have 2 pages. It's for a story I'm working on. And it's like an action sequence.
Very nice. That first figure, I think, looks really good. I think all the figures look good. I mean, the large face in the upper panel is nicely done, nicely proportioned. It works well. I like the angle on the figure. I will say, I can actually understand the storytelling in this. It's not like I can't follow it. I can, but it definitely is a little challenging because both the guy with the ears and the sword and the guy coming at him are facing in exactly the same direction. And they look like they're really kind of part of the same panel. So it definitely takes a real step back to kind of think, gee, what exactly am I looking at here? Now, the next page, I can see his head in the foreground and the guy with the ears kind of swinging at him. It works. But you're definitely challenging the reader, I think, a little bit more than you want to ideally with that. I think just a little bit more planning to make that a little more clear, I do think would help. I always really like to think in terms of this kind of storytelling. I need a okay, here. Let me show you. So I'm going to run out of room here on my page, but for something like that, I'm going to draw just a couple of panels, and I'll just draw them like square panels. I don't really know what my page layout would be, but here's one. Here's the next one. My panel gutter is massive. Anyway, let's make a proper panel gutter there. I saw a question in the chat about the size of panel gutters in terms of measurement. Truthfully, I don't know. But if they're too big, it looks really odd. You don't want to make them so small that it's distracting, but you want to angle towards smaller than larger. And I don't actually know a measurement. I'm sorry. So now for my first panel, what I want to do is I'm going to draw my main character. And I'm not seeing the full character here. I could alter this a little bit to see kind of the full character, but here he is. I can't see his sword. Let's make my panel taller. See, this is what helps when I don't have a full page layout. I can just do that. So here he is. And then on my next panel, I need to see both of them, because if I just show another guy and he's pointing out, they could be completely unrelated. I don't get a sense of what I'm looking at there. So what I want to do for the next panel is I'm going to reverse it, and I'm going to draw my guy kind of like this panel here, actually. So here he is. He's got his sword. And I'm going to draw my other guy kind of coming at him. I'm drawing that same panel. See, this is how I do it, though. And there are a couple of ways to do this. I could have, let me try a different way, so I'm not doing the same panel. So for my next one, I definitely want to be behind this character. And because in the next panel, what I've done is come around. So now I'm seeing the back of him, and I want to see what he's facing. So, and seeing them both together puts them in the same scene. So another angle, maybe I'll do this, like I'll be looking kind of down at him here, and I need to see his sword and enough detail that I know it's the same guy. Here's his ears, here's his sword, and then I can draw the guy kind of lunging at him. This, I'm going to tell you, is a tougher way to draw, because I need to see some of the floor here. Everything needs to line up on the floor. It's tougher. This actually is like John Buscema. If you're familiar with his work, this is really how you would do it. And it always amazes me. Like he was such a fast artist, and it's a tough way to draw. So here he is. You can see I did a terrible job. I never do this shot because it's hard. Such a cheater. But yeah, there you go. There's another way of doing the same kind of a shot. I like this more because I'm kind of using this character compositionally, just surrounding this guy, and then this guy is taking up the room in there, and I'm drawing a scribble for the guy. But anyway, I need to see both of the characters, and then in the next shot, I can draw, you know, the action coming through. Here's a guy swinging, and the other guy's falling. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But I need to see if I'm going to start with one character. I can't just show the other character. Something I can do. I'm going to go to the next panel. So scratch this one. I've got this panel here, and here's my other character, you know, whatever. I can then focus on this character looking out at him. So I've drawn him here, and now I'm closing in on him, and so I can get some detail, and here's his teeth, and that'll work. Another thing that I want to do is I've got him kind of looking slightly this way. He should be looking up. Sorry, but he's looking that way. And then in the next shot, he's still looking that way. And in the first shot, I've got him kind of looking this way. And so what I'm trying to do there is they're looking at each other. If I draw them both looking directly at the camera, that will also work. But I need to make sure, where's my eraser? If I draw this character looking off this way, and then I'd go to my next panel, which I've destroyed to a point where you can't tell what you're looking at, but here's his head, here's his ear, his arm, here's his sword. If I draw this guy here now looking this way, it looks distracting because in that first panel, he doesn't look like he's looking at this guy. His head needs to be pointed this way, so he's looking that way at that guy. So they're kind of looking at each other. I hope that's clear. All this stuff starts getting a little bit confusing, but anyway, that's how I would arrange a sequence like that, just to be a little bit more clear. But nicely done. Otherwise, I think the figures look very.
Thank you. I get exactly what you mean. I understand. Should
Okay,
I go to the next?
Yes.
This is the next page.
Nicely done again. I will say I can completely understand exactly where you're going with it, and you've drawn him on the ground. It looks good. It looks like he's on the ground. Like it's well done that way. I don't like that the top of his foot is getting cut off there, because it looks like it's kind of at the foot. It's fine. It's not terrible, but it's not ideal. But mostly, he's falling backward, and in the next panel, he's kind of getting up. And I feel like it looks like it could be from a completely different scene, just a little bit. I'm not getting a sense of the two of them together in that last panel. And all I would do for that one, for that other panel, to really make it look like they're together, I'm going to draw my panel here. So I've got that top panel. And in the next one, I've got him. Here he is. He's got his arm out. He's got his sword here. And here's his legs. His arms here. So hopefully that's clear enough. What I would do is draw the other guy's leg or something, and maybe you could draw his hand, and he's got his hands all clawed out, and he's angry. And you can make that shadowed. And now it looks like you see where the other guy is. This guy's getting back up from being hit, and it kind of works. But just drawing something the way it is, it works. It's fine. I don't think it's as strong as if I see that. I really want to not lose the sense of place. And so all of these things really represent a real marker for place. You want to make sure that in every scene, immediately when somebody looks at it, they can tell exactly where they are, what they're looking at, and what's happening. And if you kind of have to think about it just a little bit, you're really losing the flow of the story with the reader. So that kind of thing starts to get a little bit more complex in terms of.
Hey, Dave, can we see your screen to see what you were drawing?
Oh, shoot. Sorry. Okay, hold on. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know how long was I doing that?
A little bit, but we're good.
Oh
So,
no! While I was drawing the faces pointing away and to each other, was I doing it then?
oh no, yeah, you were fine there. It's just
Okay,
this,
good.
the
So it was
last.
this panel here.
Yes, yes.
So here's the guy. He's on the ground here, and I've drawn. This is his leg, and this is his hand here, and you can see him in the foreground, and it really keeps them in the same shot. And it also, I think, compositionally works a little stronger, anyway. But it makes things much more clear. So yeah, sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize I need to be a little more careful with that.
No, it was all right.
But yeah, nice looking figures and nicely done. I do think that there's some storytelling tricks that can really help with that. I'd recommend.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Scott McLeod, his book on storytelling, I think, is really great for that kind of thing. There are a few. Eric, do you have one you would recommend?
For just general storytelling.
Yeah.
There's one that's by I think Carl Potts and Jim Lee.
Okay. Yeah.
Is it Jim Lee? I think so. There's of course Framed Perspective. Those books are pretty good. There's what's his name now? I have all these books next to me here.
Well, I will say this. I think the best way to learn storytelling really is really well choreographed movies. They do it the best. And while there's some movement, you're still going scene to scene, and you can consider each scene change like a keyframe almost, and you can see how they're presenting shots, and you can learn so much from that. I would really recommend studying that.
So I should slow it down a bit more and put more panels in between.
More panels in between, or just more in the panels themselves. Just make sure that they're more
clean.
Clearly described. Like with this panel here, you wouldn't need another panel, but just putting him, the villain, I'm assuming, in the foreground, I can see his hand here, and here he is. I know exactly where he is. This guy has fallen, so we reversed camera because it was facing the other way before. We reverse camera. We're now looking at him as he gets back up from being knocked down, and it makes it very clear. But without that guy there, and just seeing him get knocked back, and then seeing this panel here, it's fine. It is, and it would work, but just not as well, because I'm kind of having to mentally kind of place where he is.
Yeah, that book I was talking about by Carl Potts' DC Comics Guide to Creating Comics. That's really good. And also Will Eisner's sequential art books are pretty good.
Oh yeah, yes. And frankly, I'm not that strong a storytelling artist. I mean, my storytelling is very utilitarian, so I'd recommend books like that where people are a little bit more scholarly in their approach. It's probably a good thing. So thank you so much, Outpost.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
All right.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Bye bye.
See ya. Next up is Eduardo.
All right, and while Eduardo comes in, I'm going to run over and grab another piece of paper.
Okay.
Real estate.
Hey, Eduardo. I can't hear you just yet.
Now?
Yes.
Thank you. So do I start sharing or?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Here it is. Can you see that one?
Yes.
There we go. All right.
Very nice.
Is this? Are you watching the one who has Thanos or the one who has the Quinjet?
It's Thanos.
Thanos, yeah.
Okay, it's because that's the second page. Let me change it to the first one. Sorry. Well, I will leave this as the first one, and in a moment I'll share the other one.
All right, sure, yeah.
Yes, everything's okay.
Yes, I'm looking. I'm
Yeah, no problem.
absorbing. um,
I can zoom in if you want me to.
no, it's good actually. I think that's just fine, just how it is right there. Um, it's very strong in a lot of very important ways.
Thank
Like
you.
Thanos' anatomy, it looks really good. I will say his legs start to look just a little oddly mechanical, just in the construction. Um, like the anatomy is right, but the way that you're describing it, and now there could be a risk with anatomy of really just so. I wish I could explain things without just drawing, but I can't. So I'm going to draw a leg here. Here's this muscle here. First of all, this would be the inside of the leg. Here's my knee. And the muscle, I don't know the names of any of these. There's my muscle that's in the center. I've got one here. It's a bit of a tendon kind of connecting here. That goes here. I've got another muscle here, another one here. These are not the same level. This one sits lower than this one, first of all. And then I've got this muscle here. Now, I've noticed in anatomy books, there's always a space in here, and this kind of connects all the way down. In actual reality, you don't see that space. So I don't do it.
Okay.
But what is very, very common, where's my eraser, is to delineate your anatomy this way. Let me sharpen my pencil.
Wait, sorry. Before you continue, can you like draw an example of that, but in the perspective I'm trying to? Because I always got a little bit of trouble with that pose, because I can understand more or less the anatomy of the leg, but when I try to pose it in some perspective is when it starts to be a little bit difficult, because I don't know how muscles will connect and how we look in the perspective I'm trying to achieve.
Sure. Let's do this first, and then we'll talk about that.
Okay. Yes.
So I'm going to draw all the muscles, and so I've got a muscle here, and then I've got this tendon here. I've got this muscle here, and another one here, and this muscle here, and this one here, and this muscle here. And you can see that's fine, but it looks incredibly fake. And the reason for that is instead of lighting anything, what I'm doing is just drawing a line around all of my muscles and really drawing it as if there's no skin and there's like a heavy line around them. So what I want to do, let me just erase that down. And that's kind of what I'm seeing with what you're doing. It's a very common thing, and it's very easy to kind of overcome. So I need to pick a light source first. You always want to think in terms of a light source. So for the sake of making this easier, I'm just going to light it kind of my standard angle kind of from here. And so that's going to catch some shadow here. I'm going to draw some shadow here. Got that there, maybe a little shadow here, and then kind of going down into the knee like this. And maybe I'll draw a bit of a connection there. And this side will be relatively open. Put a little more there, but I really want to try and light the muscles instead of just drawing all the way along forms with shadow. And that's kind of what I'm seeing on the figures that you're doing. And it does make the anatomy look not as real as you would like. Now, in terms of the angle, you've got your figure, you're looking up at them. So what you want to do, I'm going to draw a figure. I'm looking just straight at it. So here's my chest. Here's my torso, my pelvis, my legs. I'm being pretty simple with this, but that's basically what you got. Well, to look up at it, what you need to do is I'm going to draw my chest, and I'm going to see the underside of that a little bit. And this bit here, I'll see the underside of that. And it gets more complex. Like it really is. There's no way around the fact that it's harder to draw a character like this. My legs are tubes that are going to be coming out at me like this. So here's that tube. I'm going to draw a ball for the knee for simplicity. And then another tube here. another one here. I have a video, by the way, on how to really make this proportional and make this really, really work. But just, for like quick and easy. And then my arms are going to come out here. I've got a tube here. I want them to get longer as they come more toward us. Another tube here. My fist, I'm going to see the bottom of that fist. I'm just going to draw it as a simple square for now, just to make it easy. Another tube here. And so I really want to think in terms of tubes. I'm looking down at everything. Everything's getting larger as it is kind of coming toward me. I want to be very careful, though. I don't want to draw a little upper leg and then just get huge with the lower leg. And I see that sometimes. Like you'll see from shortening on a hand when it's like coming towards you and the arm is small and then you got a massive hand. Like it needs to all kind of flow. But here you go. And then for the head, here's my neck. And my head is going to be, also in perspective too, like this. I can point the head down too, but just generally speaking, that's really how you start to make a figure really work, in perspective. I have videos on it. So I would definitely recommend trying that out. In terms of making all the anatomy work like that, that gets a little tougher. Certainly tougher than I can do just right now, unfortunately.
No problem. I understand. So do I change to the second page?
No, not yet. So another thing that I would say, the ground just behind Thanos' feet. First of all, you've got Thanos standing on a panel border, basically. Something it looks like maybe he's just standing just a little below the panel border. I really like to avoid that. Ideally, I don't think that works. A lot of professionals do it, so I mean, take that for what it's worth. It's not acceptable, but for me, I don't like it. I do think though that the ground behind him, the rendering on there, it really looks like you really had no idea how to go about doing that, and you hadn't tried that before, and you kind of threw that in. And those are the kinds of places, like that kind of ground. There are artists that do this kind of thing beautifully, and don't be afraid to look at it and reference it and copy it a little bit. And you want to make it your own, but when things start really falling apart like that, it's largely because you're just trying out of your own head without looking at anything to make that work. And there are just so many great artists that do it so well. You're doing yourself a disservice to not steal it from them. I do think that proportions could be a little stronger. Thanos has got a fairly large head and fairly short legs, so I'd work on proportions just a little bit. Those figures in the background in panel 2 definitely start getting a little weaker. I wonder if you're using either a small paper or a bit of a heavy lead. But either way, and if it's a sharper lead like a 2H, you really want to sharpen your pencil down and get more of a refined line around your background. All right, next page.
There you go.
All right. Well, first of all, I think this is actually a stronger page.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I really, really don't like the action lines on panel 1, the way that it's kind of swooping there. I feel like it really fights. Like you've got perspective going on in that jet, and I think following that perspective out and using action lines more like you did in the last 2 panels would have been stronger. I think that your sky looks much, much better. And I really like how you went with a thin line with it. It really looks pushed into the background nicely. Something that I didn't see in page 1. It seems like you're just getting better page to page, which is great. A real problem that I'm seeing with your mountain in panel 1 is that you have a lot of peaks that are very evenly sized and spaced. And this is a problem that every artist runs into when you're learning. It's not natural to really make things random. We have a tendency, we just want to organize. And you've really done that with those mountain peaks. They're very organized, very like each one is just about the same size, just about the same shape, and placed evenly apart. So that's something you really want to work on. And my easiest solution for doing that, this is something that I learned from, and I wish I could remember who, but it doesn't matter. You want to work in terms of 3s, and so you have a large thing, a medium thing, and a small thing, and then do another large thing, a medium thing, and small thing. And Yeah, I'm just going to show you again. I'm sorry, but it's easier. So I've got a mountain, right? I'm going to draw. Here's a mountain. I'm going to draw a smaller mountain here, and then a tiny little one here. And you can see how already that is much stronger. Now I'm going to do it again. I'm going to draw a big mountain here, a medium one here, and a little one here. And I could just keep going over this whole thing. And I'm doing something that's actually very patterned, but it ends up looking, now see how I totally patterned this? It's not good. Still patterned it too much. But I can really make things look quite a bit more random just by using threes, and that can really help. It helps with, like, if I need to draw like Kirby Crackle, for instance, I'll draw a big circle here, and then a medium circle and a small one, and I can just keep playing that out for the whole thing and really not have to think. Here's a medium one, here's a small one, and it can start. It ends up being pretty random. Whereas if I just draw a circle and another circle and another circle, and I evenly space them, you see what you end up with, right? So it's something you really want to be aware of. I feel like panel 1, 2, 3, panel 4, that background. If you have a very good inker, they could figure that out. But it looks like actually, it just wasn't. I take it back. It's fine. It took a second for the screen to clear, and it looked like it was pretty muddy. I think it's all right. That'll work. Hulk's anatomy looks nice. I think his chest construction it's not perfect. And there's definitely some of what I was talking about in the anatomy of drawing a long anatomy instead of shadowing it going on, like with his lats. It's just a little bit too much, and I'm not really getting a sense of lighting there. I think that's something you could do better. But the actual anatomy is pretty strong. Like, it looks like it's something that I think you will be much, much better at in 6 months even. I think the hair, the girl's hair, is really nicely done with the highlights. The line around her nose in the last panel, all the way up and around over the top of her lower nose, is too strong. And having a line like that is fine, but because it's just as thick as the line under her nose, defining the bottom of her nose, it ends up looking like she has a bit of a pasted on nose. So it's something you really want to be aware of. And it's things like that are just so easy to have happen on really well constructed faces for the most part. I think that in panel 2, the bottom figure, his chin gets just a little too small there. Or his hair in the second panel is very evenly sized and spaced and just a little bit flat. And it has the same, basically the same kind of a problem that you have with the mountains, in that each strand is exactly the same width and exactly the same spacing. So it ends up looking not real. And it's such an easy thing to fix. But, all in all, it's nice looking stuff. I think I can see a lot of talent there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eduardo. I appreciate it.
Oh, thanks to you. So that's all.
All right.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that thank you for your time, and it's the first time I've been here, so I hope to see you again.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. And thank you for coming.
Thank you. Yep.
Next up is Tao Hun. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah, it's Tao Hong. Hi,
Hung.
Dave.
Hi,
Eric.
how are you?
Hi.
Thank you for coming.
Good. Am I hearing now?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me see if I can. That made no difference. I might as well do this. It's the same size. All right.
Oh, yeah, it's because of the panels on the left.
It's okay, though. It's actually, it's big enough. I can see what's going on. It's good work. I mean, it's nice work. I do have some criticisms, but I do want to just point out before I start criticizing, it's really well done. The perspective looks good. there's a lot of nice stuff going on. The figures are strong. I think the anatomy looks good. The posing looks very natural. The faces are by and large very good. Look, her face. I'm so bad with names. Huntress, is that right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Looks
in
like
panel 2, very, very strong face. She looks really good. I think the hair looks nice. I do feel like panel 1, just in terms of framing, that's Barbara Gordon in the wheelchair there. I see her in the next panel, so it's fine. But the way that it looks in panel 1 without the context of panel 2 ends up looking very strange. She just looks like she's very short. And then it kind of throws the truck into like a bit of an odd perspective because her feet would be way below the truck. And that's how I was looking at it when I saw panel 1. I thought that's really weird. And I kind of paused for a second because I was trying to figure out exactly what was happening there and why that was happening. And then I saw the wheelchair and I realized, okay, it's because she's, in a wheelchair and it works. But I do think that for panel 1, I wouldn't have chosen that angle just because it is confusing and just odd for that reason. I think I would have wanted to maybe go with a bit of a lower dramatic angle. So, you see everybody's feet, you see her whole chair, especially for an establishing shot. I think that would have maybe been just a little bit more effective. So it is fine. The panel works, but I think it would have been stronger to have something where you kind of see right away. The next panel I think works really well. Panel 2 is nicely composed. I think it looks good. Third panel, again, really nicely done. Characters kissing is really difficult, more difficult than you would think. And I think it works well. His hand, although, while it's all right, I feel like his fingers get just a little short. I think they're just a little short there. The next panel is where I have a couple of issues. And one is that foot hanging out of the panel. I understand you got a bit of an angle, and so it made things just a little bit odd with that leg trying to, figure out exactly how to work that. Well, I think the solution to that would have been either to plant the other foot and have that foot kind of lifted, number one, or to just adjust the shot a little bit so you're not quite dealing with that problem. Like maybe lower the camera just a little bit more even so it's not all the way out of the panel. Like if you lower the camera, it'll shorten the floor. It'll bring that foot up closer to the figures in the background and it wouldn't have been out of the shot. So I would have maybe considered that. Also, Moon Knight, Nightwing, thank you. His figure gets very clunky in that panel. And I know it's really difficult when figures get small, but that's when you really, really have to sharpen the pencil. You need to be working with a really hard lead and try as much as you can to keep your proportions strong because he looks chunky and a little like it's fine, but it's not great. And it could be so much better. And I know you can do better. I mean, I can see it in all the other panels. So I do feel like that could be stronger. And like that's something to me, I think you could fix like right now and make a much, much stronger page. It shows up to me as being weaker. Okay. In the last panel, I feel like at the angle that I'm seeing his face, his cheek alongside his mouth on the shadowed side cuts in and his chin cuts in too close. So just it's like you're drawing kind of two different angles just a little bit. I can see his eyes that and the nose and the upper part of his face is at one angle, and then you're kind of shifting the mouth over and then bringing the chin in just a little bit. So just in terms of proportion, I feel like that face kind of loses a little bit. It's a small problem, but it's something that I'm kind of noticing there. I honestly, I think that's okay. I do have one other concern, and that is, and she looks great, by the way, in that panel, and a nice panel shot. Like the panel is great. Like this work is really good. He's got a really strong rim light on his neck, and that's not reflected on his face at all. As a matter of fact, the shadow on his face is just about the same width as the rim light, and so it ends up looking very, very strange. It looks like he's shadowed exactly where he's lit along the same basic plane of his body. So that's something you really, really want to think about. If you're going to put a rim light on something, it needs to be consistent along the figure. Otherwise, it really starts to fight. So while the lighting is consistent, largely, it definitely fights there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll show you the second page now.
Certainly, yeah. Panel 1, I think, is great. Really nicely done. Very, very clear. The car is, by the way, nicely done. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. I think that works well. I could criticize and say, okay, I feel like it kind of cuts into the bottom panel just a little bit, and maybe could have been slightly reframed just to frame them just a little bit better. But I think it works well. The next panel, I think, works pretty well, but it looks like an extraordinarily wide car from that shot. And it really is for the same reason that the diner a couple of examples ago looked too wide. And that is, things are just spaced too far apart. When you're looking directly in towards your perspective point, which would be right around basically her shoulder, around there, things would be much more squished in, and you'd see his face much closer to hers. You wouldn't have that kind of distance. So you really want to try to be aware of that effect. It's such a common thing to run into. And that is, to me, what's happening with that panel. Also, his shoulders are lined flat along the panel, but he's lower than her. So he ends up being quite a bit shorter than her, which is a little, and I think that that's happening because with the way that she's sitting, if you put him in perspective, his head would be out of panel. So it's something you really want to think about when you lay out your page and decide where your points are and where your angles are. You don't want to give yourself a situation like that. Now, I think you actually have no choice but to have this happen before you figure it out. Like I know I did. So I'm sure that you will quickly, but the solution for that would be to raise your perspective point up to about her head level, so their heads are even, and then his shoulders actually you need to draw them in perspective with everything else, and it would have worked all right. And the car also would have had to be in the same perspective. So it's like they're kind of working in two different perspectives just a little bit. And it's a subtle thing, but it definitely breaks immersion of that shot. The next panel, to me, panel 3, is, I think, kind of the weakest. It just, the car is kind of coming off the side of the panel, which I think is all right, but really it's just too simple. It looks very quickly done. I think you could have done so much more with it. And I think you need to. Like the wheels are so simply done. They're just black shapes. And, if you look at any published comic, you can't get away with that. Like, you can't get away with it. You need to really properly detail those wheels. And really same with the last panel. It's very clean work, which is great, but there's not enough there. I think it needs to be more fleshed out. To me, it looks like you have, and that last panel is nicely done. Like it's a good angle. But one other thing. On the ground behind the truck, you have smoke coming out. When you're drawing smoke, it's really important you bear in mind the angle the smoke is coming. So I'm going to just show you my screen again really quickly just for this. I think it probably makes sense. But if I draw smoke kind of coming out like this, it's pretty clearly going in that direction away from me, and I'm layering it out. Now, if I have a car, I'm going to draw it. Here's my car, and here's my tire, and I've got smoke coming out. Well, I want the smoke to be coming out in this direction. So I can't do that, which is what you did. What I would need to do is do the same thing pointed this way. So all my curves are going that way, and now I'm pointing my smoke back out that way. So you just did it the wrong way. And so it ends up looking like your smoke is kind of coming strangely away from your car.
Okay.
And that's a very simple thing to fix. So I'm sure that's not something that you'll have any trouble with, but it's something to really be aware of. But in terms of detail, the fact is what you're doing is strong by and large, but the detail is not strong enough, and it will hold you back in terms of getting work. And I think it's something you really need to focus on to make those backgrounds really feel lived in, and get that detail up to a stronger level. I mean, the fundamentals are all there. Like it all works well. So, and largely that's the hardest part, but it needs to look more believable. And I think I would put some time into looking at some artists that do that really well. Pick some panels and just try and work with it. Just do studies. It will make a massive difference for you. Do some studies of artists that draw cars well, like just the wheels, and try it out. Because looking at life for a wheel of a car and trying to translate that into a black and white something, because you have to simplify and basically boil things down to a bit of an essence to work in a comic. And that's a really tough thing to just reverse engineer yourself entirely. You want to look at artists that do it well and take it. And that's really the way to avoid either doing something that's very odd or just way too simple, which is what you have here. And I do think it's a disservice to your work because it's strong. It's stronger than it's showing here, just because you're missing some of those things.
Okay. Maybe I'll start with getting a harder pencil lead because I'm too afraid to smudge the page.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, absolutely. Yeah. A 2H pencil, I think, is the way to go. It makes a big difference. I can't draw with an HB. There was a time I was on vacation once and I had no choice, and it was one of the worst pages I've ever drawn. But yeah, so I'd really recommend a 2H lead. You won't end up with smudging with it. It's very, very helpful. If you end up with if you do use a 2H lead and it's barely working, and that happens to me in the summer sometimes when it's humid, just go to an H lead. So you have to kind of play it by feel, but you definitely need a harder lead. And I would really recommend studies of artists that are really good at the kind of backgrounds that you want to do. And there are so many, it's hard for me to just say, oh, this artist or that artist, but I'm sure you know. So I would say, do a couple of like the way that you have that last panel there, find a similar background by a published artist that does it really well and just copy it. And you will be amazed at how much you'll get out of that and how much it'll advance what you have, because what you have, the structure is solid. So thank you so much. I think by and large, I mean, it's strong work. Like it is good work, but there are places where you're hurting it that do need to be stronger.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Eric.
You're very welcome. Hopefully we'll see you again. I'd love to see, the backgrounds really kind of come together, not just in terms of being accurate and well done, but detailed and believable and lived in. So thank you very, very much.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Next up is Edge.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Dave.
Hello,
Hi, Eric.
Thanks for coming on.
Hi.
I'm gonna erase a little. I'm running out of paper already, so.
Oh, no problem.
Make a little room here.
So, thank you so much for having me. That's really exciting. Yeah, so I've picked a couple of pages, and while I'm working on my very first graphic novel, let me share my screen. Let me try. So I actually picked a couple of pages. I know I should just show, I don't know, one or two. So maybe we can cheat again a little bit and I just go through it. And I picked 2 pages.
Okay.
So
I'm not gonna lie, I am actually really enjoying just kind of seeing an overview of a few more of them. So I don't mind at all.
So that's
No,
what I
like we'll
have.
have to in terms of critique, and because just for time, but it's nice to see all the pages. They're beautiful.
Thank you so much, Dave. That's awesome. I'd probably pick this one first. So it's as you see, it's not a really traditional comic style, and not very action loaded.
So many of the same rules really apply. I mean, almost. Well, I think all of the same rules apply. Whether it's more painted and mood based or more superhero action. Like it's like that. All the panels I think are great there. Like panel 1, you've got the guy there with his leg and the hand there. Just that's exactly what I was showing someone just earlier on, and it really works. It grounds both figures. I know exactly where they are, and nicely done. And I like how you have the figure, the center figure there much brighter, and just really yeah. I'm just saying I think it looks great. I think the next panel, like just framing, is so perfect. It's beautifully done. There's just enough on the right side of the panel to balance it just a little bit, but it looks great. And the figure looks good. The movement, the way he's walking. I love the last panel. I think that it would be all right, but that hydraulic kind of tube there behind him, not only does it, and you really went bright with it too, and it just really compositionally brings that whole thing together, and it brings the figures together with there's a lot of detail there, but you're really very careful with it where you put it. It's I don't know. I mean, I can't paint like this, so I don't know that I would have any kind of a valuable critique. I really apologize, other than to say that I think this page looks great. Eric,
thank
comments?
you so much, Dave.
Eric's muted. Sorry, Eric.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, it really is good, and I really like the values that you have going on, and also I know some of the pages that you showed further on with the landscapes are absolutely beautiful. Definitely, the values and the composition that you have is really, really solid.
Thank you so much, Eric and Dave. Well, yeah, thank you for the critique.
Well, it's not a critique technically, I guess.
Some sort of. So then I'll switch to maybe
That
this
one
one.
there, that one there is absolutely stunning. I mean, you get a sense of scale, especially on the third panel, the small figure, and then the scale of the ship. I think the ship is just really, really well done.
Well, and each panel to me looks like it's designed to work kind of harmoniously with the other panels around it.
It's very cinematic.
Yeah, it really is, and they look like. I would imagine you must have experience working as a designer, like a video game designer.
Yeah, this is very concept art.
Because
not diminishing what's here, but I do get the feeling that you.
Oh no, it's not diminishing at all. I mean, it's just all of these look like they would work as a tiny little thumbnail, and that's it's not a common skill. I don't have it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm actually not really working in the field. I'm very interested in it, and I try to switch from design into concept art, but it's pretty much influenced by it. That's totally right.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah. Also, I have to say, it's. I just found out I chose this style because I thought it fit to the story, because it's more or less about just one character and more about the environment. But it took quite a while to, and in some way I regret a little bit that I chose this style. Because it's more like it's just like painting on a canvas. in a way.
Yeah, it's a huge commitment. I know, Greg Staples was talking about the comic that he painted, and yeah, he expressed how much hard work that was. So can definitely understand painting every single panel, not just drawing it and everything, but then coming in and painting it and make sure all your values are right. Everything else is, I'm sure that's quite.
It's so hard to make something special, though. I think it's a lot of work, I'm sure, but it's worth it because it stands out as something that's very different than what I'm used to seeing and very beautiful. So I think it's worth the work. Now I'm not having to do the work, so it's easy for me to say that.
So how far are you in completing it?
It's actually the book will consist of 120 pages, and I've done 43 now. Yeah, I sketched. I did some kind of a storyboard, very rough sketches, and now I'm in the final stage. And yeah, but it's hard work. It took quite some time, especially since I'm not used to do it. It's my
it's looking great. Hopefully you can
Thank
show
you so
us
much.
some more later on as well.
Yeah, I hope so. And let me say thank you so much for everything you do. You both. I follow you since a while, and it was super helpful. And it's really awesome to just talk to you both. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much
for having me.
Thanks so much for stopping by.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, and have a great time, everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. We have Dan Eubanks next.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hi.
Not too much. How are you?
I'm doing well. Got a couple pages.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Absolutely. Thanks for doing this.
So it looks like a wild boar. Is that a team?
Oh, that's my favorite college. That's my college team, Arkansas Razorbacks.
Oh, there we go.
Actually, I did that myself.
Very cool.
Oh, nice.
Appreciate it. Let's see. All right, there we go. Can you see that?
Yep, there we go.
Just took a second there.
All right.
So
this is from my personal graphic novel. I just finished doing it. I mainly work traditionally, and then I do some digital editing as well.
It's a pretty nice establishment.
Yeah, it's really well done. All of the Jamie Madrox. No, it's not Jamie. They're just the soldier guys that are on the ground.
Oh yeah.
Being dark like that with the guy in the foreground being much lighter. It's just really, I'm amazed. I have to say, with what you're doing here and just with so many artists, the use of black and white to layer and make panels clear is just so strong. And the last time we did this, I just don't remember it being such a strong element of so many people's work. It's really impressive, and you can really see it here. It's so much going on there. By all rights, it should be very confusing, and it's not. I think it really works.
Awesome. Thank you.
I will say, I do feel like some of the windows in the building that are just like the main. Excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze. It's passing. All right, the building that's got the awning.
Yes.
Those windows look like they're proportionally not right. I think they're a little small, and like the windows above, like it's fine, but they definitely look.
Talking
just
about,
in terms of sizing, it could be a little stronger. And then, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They look a little bit oddly cut off too. You've got on one side a really large gap between the last window and the end of the wall. just above the drug sign. And then on the other side, it cuts right off and rounds a corner directly beside the window. It's something like you can't really get away with that. So I would be a little more careful with that. And then some of the buildings, like just beyond, I feel like those windows they're very square. Because they're too wide. It's really, what it is. You've still gone too wide, even though you're going toward a point, which is not actually terribly done here. It's really not bad. But you'll notice there's the guy in all the pictures. The lowest picture just above the guy kneeling with a sword there.
Yeah.
There's a building that is just at the left-hand corner of that, like our left. It's just lines, like vertical and horizontal lines on the building. The side of that building and the front of the building, if you notice, those squares are the same. And this is exactly the problem I was talking about earlier on. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because I can draw it really quick if it's not clear.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I gotta fix my screen here too, because I can only see my screen, so I'm kind of having trouble here.
Okay, so
let's see.
You've got a building that's basically like this. And you've got, hopefully I'm not covering this with my hand, this going on in the front in terms of detail. And then on the side, I didn't line it up, but you've got this going on. And
yeah. Okay.
You're pretty close to the perspective point too for here. So what you really want to do here is, I'm going to draw my building again. Here's my front, the same way you had it. And then on the side, here's the side. I want to really shorten that because it's going back into the distance. And this is going to be super narrow. Now this will be the same, but your verticals would be really, really narrow. And you see how all of a sudden that really looks like it's actually pushing back into the background, whereas this starts looking really distorted. And that's what you have going on. And so there's a sign directly above it, just about like that on your page. Let me go back to it.
Let's see.
I wish you guys could see my cursor so I can show you exactly where it is. But if you zoom in there, there's a building. Anyway, it's an issue that's kind of going on with some of those buildings. They are nicely done though. Like all in all, aside from a couple of issues here and there, I think we're looking at it.
The next page.
Well, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like the smoke in the background, just in terms of line weight, could be maybe just a little bit thinner, or the panels, like the things that are in front of it, could be just a little heavier. And some of the buildings in the background maybe just a little bit thinner. Like it's one thing, just in terms of making things really push back. You want to use line weight to your advantage. You have a soldier. You can see his face with a helmet and a chin strap on the right-hand side of that page. He really has no line weight. So his line weight ends up being, and it is actually, it's not terrible. Don't get me wrong. Those figures in the background have a thinner line weight than he does a little bit, but it could definitely be much stronger. I think the panel really works because your composition is so strong and your use of darks and lights is so strong. It works anyway, but you could actually make it stronger by using more strategic line weight also. So, a little heavier in the foreground. You don't want to like put a big, massive, heavy line over the whole thing in the foreground, but
sure.
The next panel I think works really well. It looks good, nicely composed. I think it works. And then it goes down to a panel at the bottom where you see, the kid. The way those are arranged, I see enough of the panel above that it almost looks like I almost want to go from panel 2 to some of the soldiers that are laying on the ground and then, to the next panel. Just a little bit. I think I would maybe raise that panel just up a little bit there just so they flow a little better. It's fine, but,
sure.
Yeah, I think the last panel looks good. That nose is great. Angle on it looks really good. I think it really works, and the lighting is good.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, let's see. I'm sorry, I usually don't use StreamYard very often. I'm new to this. Can I minimize this page? Can you guys still see it, or does it have to be up on my screen?
I don't know, Eric.
Let's see.
Eric wasn't listening.
If you're sharing your screen, you can keep that screen up and just bring the next picture up. So yeah, you don't have to stop sharing. You should just be able to bring up the next one.
All right, let's see.
Because right now I can see that you're sharing your screen. So yeah, just pull the other one up.
Okay. There we go. See it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if you can maximize that one, or just make
Okay.
it a bit larger.
There we go.
That's some great. Yeah, that's a very nice page.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
I mean, look, it's a more simple page than the first one, but I like it more. And I like it more because the faces are so good. That's really the difference between the two pages. Those faces are really nice looking.
Yeah, the expression is, the way his expression is changing. It's very well done.
The panel with the kid kind of getting away. Now, the kid is not the best, truthfully. He's, could be better. And he's got a line along his jaw there, you really want to avoid any detail at all on a kid's face that would age them at all, because it kind of fights it a little bit. His jaw connects right up to his ear and just kind of like a single swoop. It's not the best. I would definitely work on drawing kids if you're going to have to do it more, because I think it stands out as being weak. But I mean, the figure above him, that face is great. I think the hand on the head, all that stuff looks really good. I love how he doesn't have a huge amount of fabric going on there, but what he does, it's pulled from his arm across his chest. It just works.
Mm-hmm.
I really feel that movement, and it's sold very simply. The next panel, I think, that's some classic stuff. It looks really good.
Thank you.
And then if you move down just a little bit, those next two panels are very strong. I mean, they look really good. I especially really like the faces, the two hero faces, the woman's face and the guy with the claw are really very, very well done. It shows you just how much that can change how somebody feels about your work when faces are really nicely done, attractive, and have expressions that kind of pull you in. It makes such a big difference, and it does here for sure. Some of the faces in the background, not as strong, truthfully.
Yeah, got a little bit lazy with them.
Yeah, and getting lazy with faces, I remember working with Matt Banning, and he said a page is only as good as the worst thing on it. And he's pretty hardcore. I don't know if I totally 100% agree with that. Like, if there's still something awesome on it, it's still awesome. But you really can weaken a page by losing concentration on, especially faces that are really visible, because they're right along the eye line there. And I mean, they're not bad. Okay, they're bad. Let's be honest. I mean, compared to what you can do, they're bad. Like, you can do so much better, and you should, because those to me are they're they're fine. But when they're good, they're so good. So I would,
when you compare them with something else, you can the differences really show.
Well, they look amateurish versus the faces,
right?
The main faces that look very professional, but also very engaging. They just look really good. Mm-hmm. So you really want to. Faces are the most important thing that you'll draw, and then hands are probably the second most important thing, and then anatomy. So yeah, that last figure in the last panel with the lighting, the whole way it's done, I really, really like that. I think it's really strong. I can see the influence, kind of where it's coming, and you pull it off so well. It looks great. I love that panel.
Thank you.
The lighting on the arm, really nicely done. I feel like I can see places where you're picking some of that up, or at least I could imagine that you would be. And it's so nice to see that, because I recommend this all the time. If you want to work in comics or really any profession, artistic, or whatever, I'm sure, but you have to take advantage of the skills of other artists and build on that yourself. And you can't just do it in a bubble. And so, seeing it, I can see the influences, but in a good way. I'm not saying, oh, it looks like you copied something. It looks like you incorporated something really well. And it's, it looks like it's developing into a style that's yours.
Awesome.
I mean it as a compliment. I feel like it doesn't sound like one. I hope it does.
I appreciate it. I take it that way. That's great.
Okay,
I'm thankful. I am curious though. Who do you think my influences are? Because for me, it's kind of funny. I don't per se, aside from maybe one or two guys, would say that they're like my main influences. Like for the longest time when I was learning to draw, I would just like Google Marvel pencil art or ink art and just find stuff that I liked and mimic it. So I don't even know some of the artists that I may be influenced by.
I get a bit of a Brian Hitch kind of feel.
Okay. Ultimates.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
I don't know if I would have said Brian Hitch, but I wouldn't not say it. There are places where I feel like I can see some Sean Chen, actually. Doesn't some of it remind me of Sean Chen?
I see that.
There's that. I can see some like Lanil Yu here and there.
Yeah, someone mentions Mark Bagley in there. Yeah, I guess you can see it with some of the eyes. Yeah.
But it doesn't look like you're just copying any of their work, but it looks like you're being influenced by it. And when you're learning and you have a goal of getting in and working, this is really what you want. It's great to have a really inventive, crazy style, but generally speaking, editors aren't hiring that. You want to look what's there and look at what fans are responding to, and incorporate as much of that into your work as you possibly can. It can be a little anti-creative for me to say that, I know, and I don't want to come across as someone saying, well, hey, don't follow your own passion and just copy other people. It's not what I mean, and it is what I mean a little bit too. It's important. And when you come in and you really get that grounding and basis in so many other artists like the Kubert brothers and Lee Weeks is so big for me. You get incorporate some of what those sorts of artists can do. You can take it in your own direction, but I think drawing like what fans and editors want to see, it's only to your advantage, and I think you're doing that really well without just looking like you're copying anybody.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. Appreciate all the info and you guys doing this. So take care.
Yeah, you too. Thank you very much.
See you. Dave, I'm going to bring in Esteban. I see that he made it back. And
all right.
I do see that he's sharing. So
sorry, Paul. We'll be with you in a minute. I can see Paul right
sorry,
there.
Paul. Yeah. All right. So I see you managed to share.
Do you see it?
Yes.
Yeah. There we go.
Thank you so much for coming back. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
Well, thank you for having me back.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is inks. I don't know who the penciler is. Sorry, but yeah.
So you did the inks for this?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible to zoom in just a little bit?
Yeah.
Really nicely done. I mean, the artist is great. Like the art itself is great, but like those cracks in the wall, that kind of thing, it is so difficult to find an inker that does that well and really, retains the character of it. You can get it 99% of the way there. But the pencils are never finished with that kind of thing. Like it's never perfect. The inking kind of has to come in there a little bit and bring it together. And I mean, you really did. It just looks great. I don't know what the pencils look like. Honestly, I don't care because I mean the inking looks so good. All the folds look great. Really nicely described. I don't feel like there's ever a place where you don't know exactly what you're putting down for a line. I'm sure the pencils were very tight. Were they really tight?
Yeah, they were.
But again, so easy to lose that. The line work on his butt there and the back of his leg rounds perfectly, and it's just perfectly done. All of the speed lines look great, and the water is really well done too. How definitive were all the line weights and the pencils?
I'm trying to remember. I think on the left side, the line weights were there, like in this area, my cursors, but I think on the rest it wasn't super well defined.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a limit to how much a penciler can put in there. So, I mean, looking at this, I know there's no way that all this was in the pencils. Would you mind just moving down a little bit there?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the subtlety of the rendering around the nose and the eye there, and in the background, yeah, it's really, really nicely done, and very organic too. Are you using a brush?
Yeah, it's mostly a brush.
And this is done on paper?
Yes.
Okay. If you said you did this on the computer, I mean, I guess it's theoretically possible, but I don't know that it would be very easy to do. I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody out there that could do it, but yeah, it looks great. It reminds me of Alan Davis's Mark Farmer. Are you familiar with Mark Farmer at all? He
No.
inked Alan Davis. He inked Dale Keown on Hulk. He was my favorite inker on Adam Kubert on Wolverine for a little while there, and I loved that stuff. And they only worked together for a short time, but yeah, it's such a great combination. And a lot of this really reminds me of the look of his inks. It's really great.
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I used a pen for the hatching, and then a brush for like the water and pretty much everything else.
It makes sense. Trying to do the background cross hatching with a brush. I mean, you'd be there.
Well, here I did the hatching with the brush on the eye.
Well, I can tell, but where it needs more of a flat line, you can do it with a brush, but what a nightmare to try and do it. But yeah, there's no way that you could. You know what? I think you could do that with a pen. It would just take so much line sculpting, and it'd be very difficult. It looks like brush inking around all the hair, all that kind of thing. Yeah, it's great.
Thanks.
Really, really nice.
Should I show my second one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll zoom in.
All right, thank you. Trees look great too. Yeah, it's really nicely done. Not being the penciler, I don't know stylistically what they're looking for. I know for me, the shadow, the foreground figure with a little computer there, I don't like that kind of a cast shadow generally for me. But I'm not the artist, so I can't say. But I mean, it's perfectly done. Like, come on, looks great. Line weights are really nicely done too. I mean, it's relatively heavy line weights on the figures in the background, but they're very subtle, so it still really works. And then as you get closer into the foreground, it's just a little thicker and a little thicker, and it's not overdone, but it really sells the depth. All right, scroll down. Yeah, it's great. Really nicely done. This page actually, you know what this looks like? Ivan Rice.
Yes.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, it's great. It actually looks like a bit of a different take on Ivan Rice than I'm used to. Just a little bit. Like I'm so used to him working with a bit more of a tech pen style inking, which beautifully done, you know. But this is a bit more of a brushing style, and I think it really works for him really well. It looks great.
Yeah, this whole time I just kept thinking of Danny Miki, and and I just love the way that like Danny's inks look over Ivan. So I just kind of wanted to have some of that, you know, as like inspiration, I guess.
Well, I think you pulled it off beautifully. Thank you very much. I wish I had, you know, anything. This is not the first artist that we've had here tonight where I feel like I have nothing constructive to say. I think it just looks great. So thank you, and I'm glad you came back so we could see it.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me back on. If I could just ask one question.
Sure.
So I plan on going to Emerald City Comic Con next week in Seattle. So like, what do you think would be like good advice for just going there and trying to, because I want to go there to get hired as an inker. So what do you think would just be like good tips to keep in mind while going there?
Ideally, you want to show your work over a few different artists and show that you have a bit of range to try, you know, not wildly different styles, because you kind of want to, you know, work in a generally a certain kind of style range, but yeah, show that you can do really good backgrounds and really good figures. I mean, all that stuff is in the samples you have there, and like I think the work looks really great. And then it's just a matter of getting it in front of the people that you need to get it in front of. The truth is that it is extraordinarily difficult to get work as an inker nowadays. Publishers really encourage artists to work digitally because then they don't have to hire an inker, and it's a real shame, but it is kind of the way the industry's going, and it makes it very, very competitive for the few inking places there are. I think your work is up there and it looks great. So, you know, from an editorial perspective, they want to know when they send pages out that the pages are going to come back timely and everything's going to go well and they're not going to have any trouble. And it's always scary hiring somebody they're not familiar with because they don't know if it's going to go that way. And it's frustrating to be in your position because you can't prove that you can do that until they give you a chance to prove it. It's very difficult. And I wish I had an easy answer for that. If you can find editors there, obviously you want to be able to show them their work. It's tough, but you really only need the kind of break that will get you some regular work on something, and then you know it gets much easier. But in terms of just going to one convention, I would say, yeah, a range of work. As an inker, you can have more work generally than a pencil. You want to have 3 pages. If you want to show more pages. Because an editor is not having to look at all of the anatomy and critique your anatomy and all that kind of thing. They're just looking at line quality and how well you interpreted an artist. It's a little quicker. So I wish you the best of luck. I mean, you certainly could do it, obviously. I mean, the work is great, but it's a tough go starting out as an inker right now. There's no 2 ways about it.
Yeah, I actually, my ultimate goal is to pencil and ink my own work, but I figured that like my inking is a lot better than my penciling work, so I figured that was like a better route for me to go to try to get hired as an inker. But seems like maybe that's not an easier route. I don't know.
Well, it's an easier route in the sense that you're thinking, yeah, if you can ink better, and you can start, if you can get a job inking, then yeah, it's a quicker way in. And a lot of great pencilers start out inking for that reason. But yeah, right now it's difficult to get in as inking, so I wouldn't rely on it. I would keep working on your pencils too. So try and get work as an inker and do everything you can with that. And if that gets you in, that's great. And it really, I mean, by all rights, it should. But I just don't know. Editors very much value full artists right now. It's just cheaper for them. It's a shame, but that's the way the industry is going. And trying to get in, you definitely have to look at the market that you're trying to get into. And I would definitely keep going with the penciling too.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys bringing me back on.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Oh, hello.
Hi. Now, okay, Vic, thank you so much for coming on. I do apologize though, because we ended up skipping ahead. We had Paul Essenson next, Eric, and I don't want to jump ahead. And I mean, I don't want to say, Vic, good to see you. Not yet, but yeah.
No worries.
Okay, so we'll see you in a bit. I'm so sorry.
No worries at all.
I don't want to skip ahead. So yeah, we'll see you in a bit. Don't go away.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes. Hey Paul, how are you?
Yeah, doing well. Thanks for doing this again.
Man, another guy with an amazing looking studio. Look at that.
That's just my house.
Yeah,
bar
looks
back
great.
there.
If I angled my camera down, my place is such a mess right now. I've been doing all kinds of. I could go on. It doesn't look as nice as yours, that's for sure. So you have some work to show.
I think I shared it. Did I share it, Eric?
Yeah. Okay.
Says I've had it. So this is a few pages out of this graphic novel. 49 story pages total.
49 pages.
I know. It took a while.
Well, this one looks really great. It's and very clear. The storytelling really works. I have no comments on that at all. I think everything was really clear to me immediately. Characters are very appealing. I like them a lot. Anatomy looks good. Like it's a good looking page. I guess if I was thinking, gee, what would I critique? Panel 2, the energy coming out of those boots. That is what it is, right? It's
she's got a rocket pack.
Rocket pack,
she's
right.
got like a little backpack thingy.
The energy coming out of there is a little bit kind of just looks like some kind of lines thrown in there. I would say to really make that work, probably what you'd want to do is come up with a point. You can see the angle of where the flame was coming out on the outsides, kind of converge those, find a point, and then make sure it goes in perspective. Otherwise, it ends up looking just a little like they're very evenly spaced, kind of sized, kind of sketchy lines. And I feel like that right there could definitely be better. But it's like it's not exactly a big deal.
These are my inks over my pencils on a paper, just scanned in.
Yeah. And
I stole that motion blur from Daniel Warren Johnson.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, it works great.
He does that a lot with his little Transformers comic. It looks great.
I need to give that a try sometime. It does look really good. Just a little bit. It's nicer than I've had colorists do just a little bit of a blur, like a directional blur, and it works, but it ends up looking a little blurry. I think that's very, very cool. Her fist kind of lines up with the chin just a little bit.
Yep.
It's a little bit of a tangent. Truth be told, I do think it works fine. Like, it's all right. I think it works. Like, I didn't feel distracted by it, but just something to, maybe be a little bit aware of. It is there.
You want me to go to the next page, or?
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I like the way you frame the black in the first panel. It's a nice design effect. Like it works well, and you've got a couple little pipes or tubes in the background on the left, and it kind of needed that. Otherwise, it would have.
Yeah, as I was working through it, I realized that my lack of background gets pretty apparent.
I will admit,
throw it in more stuff.
There's some nice stuff going on with the figures for sure. I think it's well laid out. Like on this page here, no two figures are the same size. The angles all work well. I like your panel design. Where you are breaking panel borders, it's really just in one panel there. It works really, really well. Like that, to me, that's the recommended way of doing it. It's breaking one panel border. You're not doing it in multiple panels, so it just gives you that additional wham, where you need it. So I think it works great. So what is here is really good. In terms of critique, it's a little tough because there's no backgrounds to critique, first of all. And in terms of if you were showing this to an editor, for instance, they would definitely want to see hair, and they would want to see, because hair is a difficult thing to draw, and so they would want to see that. They'd want to see cars, or buildings, like the pages from Ivan Rice that we saw just a minute ago, where you've got the people in a diner or a coffee shop, I guess. Like those kinds of pages are invaluable to an editor because they show that you can do everything. So that would definitely, think about incorporating more of that kind of stuff too. But this stuff is great. It's very creative, and I mean, it's nice looking work. It looks good.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's very nice and clean.
Yeah. And very cool characters.
Trees.
Hey, there you go, trees. Yeah. So okay, yeah, there you go. That explosion in the last panel, I love how you did that. Really nice. And yeah, the trees look good. They work. I mean,
I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to keep drawing tree layer, so I kind of just threw some lines in the back in a weird, random fashion there.
Yeah, I think it works. I
Almost
can't argue with it at all.
Yeah.
I love the arms on the guy. Like I really like how you're doing that. Very, very solid. It's really nice. I mean, stuff looks really good. I like it. It's definitely a cartoony style for sure.
Yep.
But it's just fun.
Well, that's good. I'm trying to be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those arms are really well done. And just the poses are good. Like panel 2 there, not only is the pose really good, but just, the way it's framed, it just works. It looks great. So, I feel like if I was critiquing this at this point, I would just be, I don't know what I would say, because you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Well, all right. Well, there's one more, and I'm sure you'll find something bad about the last page. How's that?
Okay.
It's the up angle.
It looks good, though. It works. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Eric?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I think that really, it's solid. Like, it's not falling apart at all. And I know it's a tough angle to do, but yeah, like that to me, I thought just looked fine. You worried about that? Like, you think it's not really working?
I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. I think it's the nose.
Okay, I guess, sure. Maybe
a little bit. Yeah, maybe a bit upturned, but
yeah.
I think that, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe a little bit upturned, but I mean, very mildly. Maybe I would say just above the nose, like the mask above it, kind of comes down a little bit. So it's like maybe if that, because the nose starts really at the level like between the eyes, the bridge of the nose. So maybe you're kind of losing that just a little bit. I don't know. I don't think it's bad though. I think it looks good. I don't know. Like, I think it looks pretty strong.
Well, thanks. I picked out my favorite panels from the book. There was one or two with some buildings in it, but I wasn't gonna show those.
Next time we'll twist your arm. And you should, because honestly, these pages look really good. I think they're great. So you might as well show some stuff that you're not as happy with. Because all I'm doing, well, not this time, because we can't show too many pages.
Yeah. No worries.
But yeah, I think this is good stuff. It's a lot of fun. Everything works well. I love how you did that panel border that is the photograph, and you can see where it's like inserted into the little. The corners are inserted into the page,
Yeah, thanks. That's how we did the every flashback is like a memory of an old photo, and it's all set like that.
I've never seen somebody do that before. It's great.
Thanks.
Nice.
Cool.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for waiting.
Okay.
All good.
See
ya.
you later. All right. Next up is Mauricio.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi, Mauricio. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for the time. Let me. Just 1 second.
Sure.
No, this not. This is it. I'm not sure why. I'm maybe sharing the wrong screen. Just 1 second.
So Eric, we've closed it for new people coming in, right?
I don't know if there's a way to do that. I can just remember the last person's name.
Okay, because it's already 11 o'clock.
Yeah, what we can do, I mean, if we need to cut it off, the next stream, we'll just make sure to have these people in the forefront.
Well, I'd like to get as many people, and we've got Allison next. I want to make sure to get Allison in there, and and Artsy Bible Nerd is here. Like I don't want to miss anybody, but at the same time, my bedtime is 11 actually, so
yeah,
I'll stay up a little late, but yeah, I can't be here till 1. We have a super chat from Jim Klein for $20. Thank you very much, Jim. As always, really appreciated. He says, Dave, thanks so much for taking the time to critique everyone's work, and a big thank you to everyone for being brave enough to share your work tonight. This sort of video is extremely for making everyone's art stronger. Well, thank you very much. Wow.
Wow. Get some, looks like a bit of Scalera influence on that one. Wow.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it's amazing work.
Yeah, really, really tight.
Thank
Very
you.
well.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's very, very good.
It just keeps getting better the closer you come in. Yeah, it's beautiful.
So are you working professionally? Because I mean, this is.
Well, I don't have the chance to work for any of the big two, but recently I was published by an indie company. The book was its name Spontanea. You can find it on Amazon as on-demand book.
Yeah, this is really good stuff.
And this is some tryout pages that I was trying to do for Marvel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful stuff. I mean, at its strongest, it's like remarkable, incredible, and it doesn't really get very weak anywhere. I mean, it's really great. Jeez.
Thanks, guys.
Like I would say, okay, the buildings in the background are um, brought in like 3D.
Mm-hmm.
They could maybe use a little bit of touch up, you know,
Okay.
but it's fine. And a lot of people do that, and it is fine. But like for my aesthetic, and this is where I'm starting to, you know, they stand out as
Okay.
looking like they, you know, they're not as realized as the figures. I do feel like Firestarter, is that right? Some of the flame effect looks a little
Okay.
bit
Johnny Storm.
what
Yes,
he's in
I.
the last panel, and some of the kind of smoke is it's all the way at the bottom. It's on the right.
Oh yeah.
It's a little strange, just the
Yeah,
way
it's
you,
rendered differently than the rest of the panel.
yes, and I don't think that really works.
Okay.
Um, yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of difficult sometimes drawing this kind of effects. I mean, usually I'm used to color myself, so this
Mhm.
I kind of solve it digital in the color stage.
Yeah.
It's easier to render this kind of flames or energy. uh, I think it even looks better once it's color, if
Oh,
you
sure.
resolve that in color. But doing the line for that is kind of tricky. I trying to improve on that, about effects. But yeah, maybe I think it's better done in the color stage than
Yeah.
doing the lines. I mean, I know there's people that can do it without problem, but it's not something that comes too easy for me, and I'm trying to improve on that.
Well, I mean, look, it's a really small thing, and it's a. I don't think any editor on earth would care. You know, I mean, the page itself looks so incredible. It's
Thanks.
it's amazing, and so yeah, it's fine. But it is a little odd. But yeah, I mean, Wolverine looks amazing. I love the way that you did the hairy arms. Um, I,
Thanks.
it's so different than I would do it, and I really like it. Like it looks almost a little bit more like Beast, but it's not so overdone that he just looks like he's, you know, uh, Beast. It
Yeah, I
just
mean, I saw what different artists do with the Wolverine
yeah.
hairy stuff, but I think to me it's more not exactly like this, like you said.
Mhm.
It's but kind of like in that direction, you know. I mean, I kind of do it like hairy guy, really hairy guy.
Yeah. And one other thing I would say is just in the top panel on page one, uh, I feel like his neck gets just a little bit long when you raise your if
Okay.
you're looking over your shoulder and you put your arm forward, it would definitely shorten. His chin would be lower. Like it to me, it just
Oh, I can see it now. I
yeah.
mean, sometimes I mean, I don't see these kind of things. I need someone that is not familiar with my work, or to tell me these things, because I mean, it kind of escapes me sometimes when.
Yeah, well, yeah, all of us. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
but like that arm is so great. The face, like it is all so good. I feel like I have very little right to be pointing out anything, but definitely the neck does kind of
Okay.
notice it. Yeah, it's the way that you're doing your leaves and your foliage. Not, I mean, it's believable, but it just has such a you have such an artistic hand, like a really beautiful shape language. It's incredible. I love it.
Thanks.
Uh,
I mean, I'm really influenced by animation, and
mhm,
I'm trying to do this kind of style more to get. I mean, it's kind of the things that Marvel was publishing. So I was trying to, since I have the contact there, I was
mhm,
trying to do something that it's familiar, or it's the kind of thing that they see they publish.
mhm.
But yeah, sometimes these kind of things escape me. So I want to incorporate some stuff from comic strips or animation that I find interesting. So not to make it everything so realistic. I mean, I can stylize a bit as much as
Yeah.
possible.
Well, I mean, so the right way to do it, like the figures all the characters look like themselves and, like move like them. They look right. And
Thanks.
and everything's so nicely done. You can afford a little stylization here and there. And I mean, well, especially when it looks like that, it looks amazing. Yeah, this is beautiful stuff. Like,
thanks, guys.
I mean, it's really well done and professional, and everything's good, but it's also just incredibly pleasing to look at. Like, I love it. I think it's really great.
Thanks. I'm trying to improve, like I said, in things like this and effects, because I know that I may not be, if I'm hired by Marvel or DC, I'm not be able to color my own work. So
Yeah.
I have to make it easy for the next guy.
Well, the effects on him, I think, look, that fire, I think, looks great. It looks really, really good. It's just
Thanks.
kind of the smoke just behind Wolverine on the second page. Just some of
Oh
the
yeah, yes.
Just yeah, it seems very, to me, it's a little incongruent with everything else.
Okay.
But really, I don't think anybody would care. Like, everything is so nicely done. I think it's all right. Yeah, I don't know what my favorite thing about it is. I think maybe the figure at the bottom of the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth panel, leaning over, and yeah, that one right there. Just such a great figure. It's really amazing stuff. M. Campbell
Thanks.
says a very appealing style, and I absolutely have to agree.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for showing us.
I'm trying also to work on my body language, so the characters feel they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it's like such an art form unto itself, and it's so difficult to do. Not really my strong suit, to be honest. I draw superhero
Your
comics.
stuff's amazing.
Well, thank you very much. But I think, I'm sure you can tell looking at my work, there are things that you can do there that it's just outside of my ability. I don't draw characters like real people doing real things. It's not something I can do it, just not. It's not great.
I work as a storyboard artist for advertising for almost 11 years, and well, I think that something good has to come out of it, and I developed this body language stuff, doing the regular characters, doing the regular stuff. Like, I mean, for years I draw girls drinking water or moms fixing sandwich for the kids, something like that.
Well, in storyboarding, you're having to draw so much work so quickly.
Yes.
And I always say, you want to get better at drawing figures doing whatever it is that they're doing, like any fighting poses or anything. You want to get figures that are more dynamic. You have to sketch. You have to just keep doing it. And there you go. Working as a storyboard artist, it's amazing what it's done for, and I haven't seen your work, from years before, but I got to imagine that it's made a huge difference. It's beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for coming on and showing us. Yeah, amazing stuff. I'm like humbled by the quality of so much of the work that we're seeing.
Thanks. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be reviewed by you guys.
Well, it's absolute pleasure, and I'm sure I'll see you, at Marvel or DC or one of those two. I'm sure very soon.
I hope to get work on some of that, but also I love to work for small publishing. I mean, I just want to do comics,
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the publisher you're working for is. I love Marvel Comics and DC Comics. It was a goal, but it really isn't as important as the work and what you put into it. So yeah, absolutely. I'm sure whatever you do, it will be beautiful. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You
Awesome.
too.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, Dave, what's the game plan for the rest of the evening?
We have more people coming in, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just going to let you guys know we have Vic, we have Miles, and I have to cut it off somewhere.
Yeah. Fortunately, we're gonna have to.
And because I can't do it for 5 hours, so I think we're gonna have to draw the line there. As it is, it's gonna end up very late. We will be doing this again very, very soon, and we really very much need to figure out a way to be able to ensure that if you're waiting, that we'll get to it without.
Yeah. What I suggest is, those who we can't get to, just email me, and then next time we do this and you're in queue, we'll just make sure to bring you in first next time.
Yeah.
And my email is ericgroveart@gmail.com. Maybe Russ can put it in the chat, and just email me your names. Next time we do it, we'll be sure to get to you.
Yes, absolutely. So we have Allison McGlone. I think we're going to go ahead and skip Allison because
Let's see. So we go to Argos, huh?
You're right. Yes. Yeah.
Do I?
No. No.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
Yep. Thanks, Dave.
Oh yeah, sure.
Appreciate it. Yep.
Good
Ditch
to
my
see you.
D&D game. Ditch the D&D game I ran for you.
Yeah.
Well, this is the comic I'm working from. I figure I'll just show a couple pages of it. I still have to do inking work on it, but yeah, I figure this will stand on its own for what it is.
Yeah, really nice.
Let me know if you need me to zoom in or whatnot. I can also turn off lettering.
Yeah, it's great. It looks like you're using a bit of 3D for the background, which really works. I like how you're putting it in there. Like it doesn't just look like something that's just 3D. It looks like it's really drawn in there.
I heavily manipulated the 3D. So yeah, I built a lot of stuff in 3D so I could use it. Then I was just kind of like, why am I just gray boxing this stuff when I can just kind of go to town on it and then mess it up with rendering a bit when I'm actually working on it.
Yeah, it works really well. The figures also look, great in the background, which is, you can have all the 3D built in the world, making the figures work in there is still a whole other skill, and it looks really good. I love that last panel. It's great.
Thank you. This is the character that you sketched at my birthday for me.
I remember. Yeah.
Still waiting on it.
I know. I have it right over here.
Dave hates me.
I'll get there. Yeah, it looks great.
Thank you. And this is page 2 that I was going to show, which focuses more on characters and stuff. And again, if you need to, I can turn off lettering.
Yeah, it's great.
I got to do still got a little bit more work to do on this one, but it's roughly there of what I'm trying to do. Like I want to put some stuff in the backgrounds behind the 2 characters in the first 2 panels to kind of pop them a bit more.
Yeah.
And when I got to ink it, I'll get more line weight.
Panel 3 to me, it took me a second to recognize that as a panel. It's a bit of a strange choice. Just it's such a narrow panel. And
oh yeah, I got the idea from a samurai movie. So the way it focused on it, like this is a lot of the ways I was trying to do the shots are like I was watching a lot of Kurosawa movies and Tarantino films, and that's literally kind of how I was getting some of my ideas for layouts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one's a little weird even for me. I wasn't sure if I was going to keep it.
Yeah, hard for me to really place it. I think with color, I could see that would work a little better.
Sure.
But I would definitely think about that one a little bit. I almost think that if it weren't there, it would be fine. So there's that.
Taking that out's pretty easy too, because that's just literally just doing that.
Look at that.
It automatically goes away.
Yeah. To be honest, I think that actually works well, just because it was just a little distracting. Yeah, it looks really good. I think the action in the last panel really is very strong. I love the huge, massive torrent of blood, kind of, Quentin Tarantino. What's that movie?
Kill Bill.
Yes. It really reminds me of that. I'm sure he got that from anime or whatever. So
it's from things like Kill Bill and different samurai movies and manga and stuff. I mean, also, blood explodes in the body at 2000 psi. I've studied numerous levels of different sciences, so I can say this is true.
Okay, well, there you go. That is good to know. We're all learning.
Yep. If anybody believes that, I got a bridge to sell you too. So,
you know what? You convinced me of anything. You just did convince me of that. So there you go.
Oh God, help me. Yeah, but I need to give things a bit more line weight in this. I know there's still this kind of my pencils for what I'm doing. Like I want to, so we'll give it a bit more dimension and stuff like that. But
I can tell in places like the hair, it's not fully rendered out.
No, these are just my rough pencils. So, well, not rough pencils. They're the finished level of pencils I typically do before I go to ink something and then really push it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, I think it's coming along great. It looks really good.
And I respect the criticism on removing that panel because I wasn't entirely sure of it myself. It said it was more of I was referencing some samurai movies and stuff. Oh, I actually do have a dialogue thing going to it. That might be one of the reasons I did it like that.
You know what? I think with the dialogue, it works.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
I think it's fine that way. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's also I got to put in my tones and stuff like that I use for my backgrounds and things.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's looking really good. Be nice to see it when it's finished.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you.
An easy one. Thank you, Dave. You can return my phone calls on occasion.
All right.
Dave hates me. And to get rid of your sign-up thing, delete the comment.
Oh, yeah. That it makes a lot of sense. There you go.
See? Allison knows.
Well, we will know that for next time. Thank you.
I said, if you make me a mod in the chat, I'll do this shit for you. So.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Allison.
Yep. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a great one.
All right. Yeah, you too.
Bye.
All right. Argos is next. Go.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Thank you for coming on.
I want to show you my face quickly to me. Okay. Yeah. Hello, Eric. So, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
There we go. I'm kind of enjoying the break for a second here, actually, to be honest with you. I'm kind of relaxing while you figure this out, so no worries.
Yeah, I can see you sharing.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Yeah, this is now the one. Okay. No, it's not working. Sorry.
Did you share your screen or did you share a window? If you can't drag it onto the screen, then you just need to share your screen.
Yeah. Okay, let me. Yeah. Sorry.
No problem.
Come on. Okay. It's a PDF, but. Mm, sorry. Okay. Okay. Man, this.
Well, like I said earlier on, when we have guests on, we always come in a half an hour early.
Yeah.
And there have been times it's taken the entire half an hour and even a little bit more to figure it out. So it's not unprecedented. Obviously, we wouldn't want to wait half an hour if we could help it, but yeah, this does happen. So
It's weird. It's open, but I can share. I can. Sorry. I'm gonna open another thing.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Strange. Hmm.
Dave, do you want to move on to Dylan and then come back to Argos?
Yeah, Argos, I think we'll go ahead and just move on to Dylan, and then that'll give you a minute to see if you can get that sorted out, and we'll come right back to you.
And if you shared Argos, even though you're backstage, I can see if you're sharing. So just keep trying to do that, and we'll get back to you.
Yeah, sorry for the mistake.
Yeah, no problem. Dylan, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Hello, Dylan. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much. Is my screen sharing?
Don't see it just yet.
Here.
I'll say this though, I love the Batman print in the background. I can see it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's one of your covers, Dave. Nice.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's not the actual setup from our end that's presenting
I
problems.
don't think so, because I see there is other people sharing, but
I don't know. It's not really. I'm clicking on the to share my screen, and I'm clicking share, but it's not doing it. Hold on. Oh, I figured it out.
Okay.
We have No Fender Offender here from Finland, who managed to get into one of the actual live shows. Good to have you here. I think, what is it? 3 days from now in Finland, I think.
Okay.
Is it working yet or no?
I
No.
don't see it working. Maybe Argos or Dylan can rejoin.
Dennis Kelly says might be a great tutorial of Dave and Eric for the screen sharing on live streams. That'd be cool. Yeah. The problem is that we all know what we're doing here, I think, but sometimes this just happens. Like and it can take, who knows, trying to troubleshoot this when it comes up is tough. It does happen.
Only thing I can suggest for Dylan and Argos is to actually leave StreamYard and come back in and see if that helps it. I really don't know why that would be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
you want to try that, Dylan, or?
Yeah, I guess I'll try that.
So I do see other people actually managing to share. So I don't think it's StreamYard. Unfortunately, I'm unable to really troubleshoot from here, but I just saw another guest was able to. Two guests were able to share.
Argos just said he found something, so
yeah.
We're gonna quickly just jump back to Argos and see if he's got his working while you keep working on that. And
okay, sorry, Dylan.
Sounds good.
Okay, again. Okay. In, okay. Yeah, here we go.
There we go. Okay, now we're cooking.
Got it. All right.
Yes, it's pencil, but okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, pencils are totally okay. It definitely helps when they're tight, which this is. So yeah, I think this works well. Yeah, it's very nice. I think it looks really good. The hair is all nicely done. I mean, proportionately, she looks good. I think the storytelling works well. Figure in the end is nice. It's and we've seen this definitely, that smaller figures can be a bit of a struggle for artists, and it seems to me like that one works really well even at a small size. I will say there are a couple of tangents that you want to worry about in that last panel. It looks like a creature that's sitting down in front of her. She's pointing the gun at him. His arm is lining up directly with the bracelet on the character in the last panel, second last panel.
Oh.
So I definitely be careful with that. Like it's really connecting those two things in a bit of a distracting way. At the top of the panel, her leg is matching up directly. The top of the second last panel, her leg is directly matching up with the corner of that panel, the back of her knee. So that's something you really want to be aware of too. It's not terrible, but if you go back down quickly,
yeah, okay.
That hand is pushed right up to the border of the next panel in a way that made me actually think it was all kind of one shot. I didn't realize it was two panels for a second there. I think kind of as a result of that. So there's definitely something to be aware of. Just having her hand directly over the panel gutter and then pressed up along the next panel makes it distracting. The hand is well done, looks nice.
Oh, thank you.
But that's definitely something to be aware of. It's kind of two tangents really with that one hand. It's an easy thing to have happen when you're working with odd panel shapes and smaller panel shapes. So I understand how it happened. But definitely something to be, aware of, to try and make sure to not let that happen if you can help it. I do feel like there are places along her legs with the rendering, the line work, that works in pencil. In ink, that would start to give you a little bit of trouble. It starts looking a little like too much. It's very, very difficult to do really tight, thin rendering the way that you did. There's no thin to thick with it. And it's not badly done at all, but I think it would be very difficult to ink that in a clean way and make it work. So that's something to really be aware of, is if you are going to ink it, are you going to interpret it that way? And if not, you might want to try to make the pencils work in a way that would work better for inking. I feel like with the tail, you've got some kind of cross-hatching rendering that's a little flat, and so not really following the form of that tail. I think for something organic like a tail, you'd really want the rendering to curve along the tail rather than be more of a three kind of flat planes the way you have it. And it's not terrible. Like it's fine and it works, but I do think it could be stronger if you have it flowing along the shape of the tail.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for the visiting, the device. Sorry, and I'm
very
gonna
well.
and show you the this is the next page, but yeah, this is the only I want to show you.
Yeah, it's a nice looking page. I think it really only suffers just from a few tangents. Again, it's something to really, really be aware of. That top panel, I think, is very nice. No problems there. Her gun, the back of the gun, is lining up with the. She's got an armband on over her bicep, and the back of the gun is lining up with that, which kind of closes it in a little bit. It breaks the illusion just a little bit, and then I'm always a little reluctant just putting one panel directly up to another panel, just because you can end up with problems like that gun going into the leg. It almost looks like her leg is kind of the bottom of her leg is the gun a little bit, and it's not really such a bad tangent or anything, but that's kind of how it's reading. Like they're very much the same, excuse me, kind of tone. I would be very, very careful about that kind of thing. This is why, panel gutters are a good thing to use, or if nothing else, just trying to line things up in such a way that doesn't happen. Ultimately, having the top of the gun cut off there, maybe it's not ideal. You might want to get the whole gun in there and really foreshorten it. It could be a little bit tougher, but I think it would have made it a little bit more clear. But nice looking figures, and yeah, it's good looking work. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Okay, stop. Oh, okay. This thinking yet the availability, but I not found that they are that's exactly exactly well what's kind of.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much.
All right, thanks for coming.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, have a good night.
You too. All right, Dave, where were you cutting it off again?
Just after Miles.
Okay. So next up we have Gage. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you're on mute.
Gage is saying, "What?
Hi.
What? I'm up? I can't believe it."
I didn't hear my name. I sent you an email, so just disregard it.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So this is the. I hope you can see this.
Here, let me solo your.
Can you see that?
Yes. It's awesome.
I don't know if you have anything to say or you want me to move on to the next one.
I'm looking.
Okay, sorry.
Really like the contrast with that panel with the teeth.
Yeah, and by the way, those teeth look great.
Yeah.
Very cool. That's a lot of teeth, but it works. Yeah, it looks great. I love the figure just above the teeth too. Is lighting on it is really, really strong.
I had trouble with this.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you can say anything about your vanishing point way off. The paper.
Yeah. Now I will say this: I can't quite tell what's happening. She's at a desk. There's all kinds of glass, and glass is broken, and then there's a building kind of in the background.
So she's in a building.
Yeah.
Gas grenade comes through, or this way, lands. She sees it. She knows what it is, and then the gas explosion.
Okay. So that's her smiling.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a female Joker from the alternate universe where Bruce died and the parents became Batman and Joker.
Okay. Yeah, I think actually that it is. So because I don't see a huge amount of perspective. I mean, it's in perspective, but it's almost a little deceptive. If you had other buildings that were kind of in the same perspective in the background, it would read like it's a floor, and maybe making that room just a little bit shorter. It's definitely very long for the same reason that I was talking about before. Yeah, toward the top.
So this needs to come down.
Oh yeah, like, and actually where you have your hand right now, I think that would actually really work. But then because you've got, I can see where your perspective point would be. If you follow that through, and then I can see the tops of other buildings, you know, and more of like a cityscape behind, I think would read the way it is now. It took me quite a while to understand exactly what I was looking at. And I mean, look, it's very cool. I love the way that all the glass looks. It looks like it took forever, and I mean, it looks like it was worth it. It's very cool, really creative. You know, I like it a lot, but definitely in terms of understandability, I got a little bit lost.
Okay, so just all right. You got to lower that a little bit. That's it for this one.
Yeah, and that explosion's great, really great.
And these are like, this is more faces.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the great thing is none of those criticisms apply to this page at all. Now there's no linear perspective in it too, so there's that.
Right, yeah.
Really, really nice. Like that, the first panel, it looks like there's a bit of a gray going on with like she's not dark.
I use the screen tones to create like, you know, shadows.
Okay. Okay.
Can you see that better?
I can, yeah. The way it was catching the light, it looked a little strange. Yeah, that looks great. This is really nice. Her face is very, very cool. I think some of her hair, just a little bit, looks a little like some of the way that you're rendering it.
Is it too much rendering?
Well, too much is always such a relative term. In order for that to be a lot, it really needs to be done well, and I feel like it kind of gets a little lost here and there.
Okay.
I think it could be stronger, and I mean, you're working so good.
Thank you.
I think what I would say is, you can't fake it. You know, something like that hair. I mean, you can, and I do all the time. But what I mean is, if you're not really sure how to really make it work, you definitely need to reference an artist that does it well at least a few times, and try a few different artists. You find your own style with it. You have so much your own style. I mean, I don't know how much you're running on just pure raw talent, so it's always tough to say with an artist. I'm just seeing.
I haven't drawn since I was 5, and I'm 30, so it's not a lot.
Okay, so yeah, so that to me seems like just an area where I feel like it could be stronger, and I think you should work on just a little bit. Is the way that you're rendering hair. Now, I mean, the smoke and Batman is great. Her face looks great. Also, you move down just a little bit, or I guess up. Yeah, I mean that Batman is awesome. You know, the way his arms work, the way the cape works. I mean, it's really great. And yeah, just has a beautiful look to it. I think that's a great looking panel. I mean, like I would say I got nothing except to say that I think it looks really, really good. I love the way that the folds look coming out of his hands. You know, and it's always so tough.
It is. Thank you, though. I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, it looks great. I think it's just really, really nice. Her figure looks great. Yeah, I feel like some of the folds just run her rear kind of a little.
I know. I hate this one.
I mean, I'll tell you what. If it were me and I was drawing that, I know for sure I would just I would be blacking that out. That's always my, like, if I can't make it work, when in doubt, black it out. And I think I would black that out because
that's fair.
It's a little distracting. And I hate to recommend that because it's like, you know, giving up. You know what I mean? It always feels like giving up, but I do think it would make that figure stronger. It does kind of stand out as a little strange.
Yeah.
But I mean, Batman looks amazing. The cape looks amazing.
Thank you.
Really creative. I've seen that kind of cape's done that way, like that general, like how he's holding it, but I've never seen it done like that. It's great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there are like a couple little things, and the brushwork is amazing too, by the way, like on all the smoke and everything. What kind of brush are you using for that?
When you use?
See, it is just like some kind of weird natural talent, because I can't do it. It looks great.
You got to hold it like this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know what? Hang on. Don't go away. Where's my brush? Okay. Hold on. Give me a second here. I want to try it. So I'm holding it like this.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's it.
Worked. Thank you. You know what? I love it. Thank you. I'm going to use it.
So just real quick before I go, do you have, is there something I could look up for finding vanishing points when they're ridiculously off the page? Like I don't want to have to get a 3-foot ruler out.
Right. Now that vanishing point actually wouldn't be very far off the page at all. But the technique for getting a vanishing point that's ridiculously off the page is to get a 3-foot ruler. I'm not lying. It's how I do it. So what I do is I'll take my page, and then I take some tape. I tape another page to it, and then find my vanishing point, way off the page. There have been times I've taken a yardstick and taped it to another yardstick because it wasn't far enough.
Don't tell me that.
Now it's a rarity, but I've done it. And the solution so you never have to do that is to be like the kind of genius artist that can just fake it.
Yeah.
I can't fake it, so I have to do it that way. The nice thing, though, is that once you create a grid, which is it's a hassle, but it's pretty fast. Let's say it takes you 15 minutes, even 20, to get a whole panel, like a huge panel with complex perspective. Well, the rest of the day that you're working on that panel, it's there, and you can it's worth it, really.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That was the only one question I wanted to ask. I appreciate the time. I don't know if someone's after me, but I want to let them hurry up and go.
Yeah, it's really phenomenal stuff, and I love what you did with the brush. And thank you for showing me how to do that. That's great.
You showed me a lot more. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. See ya. So, Dave, we had Dylan Dietrich who maybe he couldn't share.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring him in because we asked him to get that sorted his side, and he is sharing. Hey, Dylan.
Yeah, can you guys see it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
There it is.
Wow. Yeah, I'm remain amazed at just the overall quality that we're getting today. That's great. I mean, panel 1 looks great. It's the way that you faded the sky toward the buildings and the skylights, the moon directly behind his head is all great. His figure, though, also looks really, really good. Next panel, I think, looks great. You can see a little Greg Capullo in that one, which I think really works well. The explosion looks really good. All the buildings look great. It looks like you're using, like those aren't just strictly drawn buildings.
What do you mean?
Are you using like 3D for the buildings?
No.
So they're all just drawn.
Yeah.
You were out of your mind. Well, they look amazing.
It only took me like 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah. To do that one panel.
Okay, yeah, 4 hours, that's a long time, but to be honest, with what you got going on there, that's not so long. Yeah, it's really great. And the panel does, or the explosion, it just looks, real. Like, it looks great. I love the panel with his little grappling gun there, and it's the choice that you made using the black and white, I think, is really, really strong. And the last panel is, I mean, that figure is really well drawn. Like, it just looks really good. Yeah, I mean, like, I've kind of searched around for, gee, what would I say to criticize? And if I could think of anything at all, I would say in the third panel, his mouth is drawn in a bit more of a cartoony way than everything else. Like, it's a little incongruent style wise, but it's drawn well. But I don't even like, it's not really even a valid critique, but that's kind of the one thing that hits me. I mean, it's really nicely done all the way around. It's a great page.
Thank you. This is the only page I have tonight because I didn't have time to finish the other one.
Well, you really came on strong with this one. I'll say that. You didn't give me really much at all to criticize. That last panel, the Batman figure, the anatomy looks really strong. The lighting is really nice and consistent, and not the easiest to pull off. The way that you lit the legs, they really look like I really get a sense of exactly where they are in space. Like, it's very nicely done, and the rendering is very, very good. Yeah, I think it's really strong stuff. It looks great. I swear, I see elements of like Brian Stelfreeze a little bit. I don't know who your influences are. I'm going to be throwing out a bunch of names. We're like, well, yeah, I like that artist.
I've been studying Greg Capullo a lot this week.
Well, and that showed, I definitely saw some Greg Capullo. Actually, in the mask on the last panel, I can see a little Greg Capullo in there, in the way that you handled some of the rendering on the head there. And then the second panel for sure.
Yeah.
And really, again, that is not a bad thing to be able to, see the influence of other artists in your work. I mean, that's how you want to learn. And, you want to learn from artists that editors and fans love. So it's totally the way to do it. And those buildings are really, really nicely done. That whole, the panels with the buildings are great. What were you looking at for the explosion?
It's hard to look up explosions because, like, when you look up explosions, you don't get what you want.
Yeah.
So I based it off a bunch of stuff like that, and then I also went back to look at comic books to see if I could find any explosions in those that would work well with this.
Yeah, well, it sure did. If I had to guess, I was going to say Akira. I thought you were going to say Akira for sure. I don't know if you're familiar. Are you familiar with Akira?
I am familiar, but I've had no interaction with it, but I'm trying to change that.
I would if I were you. I feel like it would really work for you well. Like, I think with your sensibility, I think that'd be like a perfect influence. Just my opinion. It's none of my business. You look at what you want to look at, obviously, but yeah, I think that would really work well. It's really high quality, very, very commercial looking work that you're doing. I feel like you're exactly going in the right direction.
Thank you.
And I hate that. I like that I'm being able to say that. I hate that I'm saying that just because I feel like I'm not offering really the strongest critique, because I think you're doing really well. Yeah, it's great.
Good stuff.
Well, thank you. And thanks for waiting. I wish I could say, this is wrong and that's wrong a little bit more, just to give you your time's worth. But yeah, it's really good stuff.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on, guys.
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much.
It's a great page.
All right. So I think it was Vic, Medina, and then Miles, right, Dave? And that was it for tonight?
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then just a reminder for everyone else, starting from, I guess, Chad, just send me an email.
Yes, and next time we do this in Airy, we will put you right at the head of the queue for the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely send me an email. All right, Vic Medina.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Good. How are you? Thanks for waiting. Sorry, we had you in, and then, but you know,
no problem.
Well, talking about a Capullo influence, I definitely see it right away.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Wow.
Very, very nice.
You know, I can see Capullo absolutely, but other influences too. I mean, I don't know. Ultimately,
Well, I'm you know, I like Capullo, like Silvestri a lot.
Yeah, I was about to say the
Everything he
bottom
does.
panel is Black Silvestri.
yeah, really, really nice. I mean, it's a great page. That first panel is that is such classic Spawn. I like the textures here you're using. This is something that you can do with you know, using the computer that I can't do with paper, and I'm always envious of it, what you can get from it. But truthfully, it's actually the middle two panels that I think are the most impressive for me.
Very good.
Those faces, not only are the faces really nicely drawn and engaging, like they're great. All of the detailing and rendering on them is so well done. Like around the nose, like the inking, it just looks really, really strong. I can see there's some Greg Capullo. There's also some Todd McFarlane in some of the rendering, you know, like and just a really nice kind of free line that it just really works. I feel like Todd McFarlane says he just, you know, throws stuff in there, and he can say that all he wants, and I'm sure he does because he knows what he's doing. But it's hard to pull that off, and I feel like you have some elements of that in there. So like it's really clean rendering, but you know it also has like that nice bouncy feel. I do feel like the bottom panel in the cape, some of the rendering in there, I don't think it works quite as well. It really flattens some of those shapes out, and kind of it's going in some odd directions here and there, and kind of a little incomplete. Like you've got places where it's getting a little wider and then it tightens up, and I'm not really sure why or if
Okay.
it's really working. I don't know that I would have gone with a horizontal rendering across the form flat for
Okay.
the shapes.
Got it. That's an easy fix.
Yeah. To me, that's
And then-
that's really the one thing that kind of stands out on the page that just I feel like kind of takes away just a little bit is the rendering just on the cape around his face. Kind of
Okay.
reads a little different. Your line weights are very, very well done too. Like around the hands, that head in the foreground. I mean, I say this all the time, and there it is, and you can see the effect that it has. Like that really pushes that head forward. It's really nice.
Okay, thank you. This is the next page.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. Yeah, the cape in the first panel, great.
Oh, thank you.
The folds on all of the figures, like consistently, are very good. Really difficult to do. That girl in last panel is really, really well drawn. I mean, her face looks great. All of the folds look great. Anatomically, she looks great. You know, I like the texture you used. Basically, the blast. You know, it's a nice choice for it. I think it really works. The balcony that she's on, how did you do that?
I well, since I work digitally, I drew one and then moved it over, inked that one, and then moved it over, inked that one. So it would save me time.
Yeah, no kidding. And then just give it a like kind of free transform a little bit just to change the
Yeah,
angle.
on some of them, yeah. And then I'd go in with with my inking brush set to white, and then just take some detail off of it, so that way it doesn't all look the same.
Yeah, that's nice. I always wonder when I see people that are, you know, like that kind of thing, how you pull that off. You know, just working with a pencil, I can never do that. I have to draw every single one, and it never really works out right. Like it always ends up a little weird. So there are 3 lines behind her, behind the bullets.
Yeah.
That I think are evenly spaced and not done the best. That could be stronger.
Okay.
I would,
Okay.
and it's so easy to erase those and just try to clean that up just a little bit. I
Okay.
think it'd be worth it. I mean, the pages looks great. I love, Spawn. His mask actually has like a little bit of, like, it looks like Spawn, but I can see a little bit of, shape along his profile, along the top of his head, where it kind of bumps out a little bit. Just give it a little, yeah, really nice. Small figures are also really well done. I don't know if he zoomed way in for those, which is an advantage of working digitally, but they look strong at a really small size.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, I mean, really strong stuff.
Thank you.
In terms of layout, I think it's great. I didn't actually expect the second page after the first one. I thought the first one was really good, but this one has more backgrounds. It has the first panel has an established floor that really, really works, and just the angle is really good. So it's nice to see you can do all that stuff too. And it's important for editors to see that too. Like, this is professional looking work. It's really good.
Thank you.
Have you worked professionally?
No, I haven't.
How are there so many good people out there? What's going on tonight, Eric? I don't understand.
Yeah,
I'm getting ready for WonderCon. I had a question. Maybe if you could answer it real quick. I draw and color, and I would like to take both to a convention, but I've never seen anybody do that. Do you have any tips on like somebody that wants to be able to take both? How they should like form their portfolio to be able to show off both, or do I just take two separate?
Well, what I would recommend is to just show your work in black and white, and then just put in everything in color at the end and say, and I also do color if you want to see some color. So then you're not like, here's the page in black and white and then in color, and they're kind of flipping through everything if they're looking for one thing in particular. But then you have it. I don't think it's necessary to have it a separate portfolio, though. I wouldn't think.
Okay.
I do know when you talk to editors, they're very specific about wanting to see a certain number of pages, because things can spiral really quickly, in terms of time. As you can see, like, we've been really good about it's been 2 pages. Everybody's been, and thank you everybody for being so good about that. So we could see as many people as we could. But yeah, so I wouldn't intersperse the color pages, but just throw them in there. And
because I enjoy doing both, and I'm like, I would like to do one or the other, but I just don't know how to like put it together. So thank you.
Yeah, I think if the work looks really good, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Okay. And it does look really good. I think I'm very hopeful that you'll do really well at WonderCon. You look to.
Yeah, WonderCon.
That's Oakland. Is that right? Where's WonderCon?
No, Anaheim. California.
Anaheim. Okay, Anaheim. All right. Well, good luck with that one. I hope it goes well.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for taking the time to look at it.
Well, yeah, you too. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. So last but not least is Miles. Thanks for being patient, Miles.
Hi, I'm glad I got in.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for waiting and for coming on.
So I'm definitely a beginner, but I finished my comic book, Scourge Ridge. So I finished it, and I'd love to show you all the pages, but I guess we can just look at the first 2. So here's the first page.
It's nicely laid out. I like how you the texture you did for the rock is very nicely organic. You're not falling into the trap, which is it's so easy for any artist, especially beginning. Well, by far, especially beginning, to fall into of having a lot of the same shape kind of repeated over and over again, and you really avoided that. I think you have a natural sense for it, which is great. The figure, I think. The stance looks good. I mean, he looks very natural. You don't really have any clothing folds going on now. It's a small figure, I don't know where you are in terms of that. It's something I feel like it's a little unfair for me to say this because I don't really see much there, and it's so small that I wouldn't see too much there. But that's something with the kind of style of work that you're doing.
Sorry about
that. No problem. I could see just quickly in the other pages there. It is definitely something you really want to focus on is clothing. When you do, especially more of a like a real world style, struggling with clothing will hold you back. So I would devote time to that. Absolutely, it's very, very important. The anatomy to me, it looks fine. It doesn't look like you're really drawing through with it, like drawing all the different muscles and really making it work, and then drawing your arm based on that. It looks more like you're kind of drawing an outline for it, which nobody really would draw a figure like that. No professional would draw a figure like that and draw every little muscle and then build from there. But when you're learning, you do need to do that. And when you don't, it shows. And I do feel like I can see it there. So I would really recommend, really drawing all your anatomy and focusing on that too. But yeah, all in all, I think it shows a lot of promise.
Thank you. Right. Should I head to the next page?
Yes.
So this one is page 2. I really hadn't done much of panels before, so this was kind of new.
Well, it's coming along, and I have to say, my critique on the first page, where I feel like I'm not really seeing the anatomy drawn through, like worked in, it doesn't hold up for this one. In that arm and in the leg, like I can see the anatomy there. It looks like it's connecting well. It needs work. It just in the sense that it's not perfect. I mean, you're still relatively new, but it is working well, and it looks good. I mean, the places where it's working, it's really working, and it shows a lot of promise. The faces look really good. That larger face in the bottom panel is very strong, and it's tougher than people think to draw a profile, and to make it really work. And I think you really did. It looks good. The ear also, by the way, looks really good, and that's a tough thing. Ears are something that when somebody's learning, generally they suffer, and I don't think you did there. I do feel like the clothing folds need some work for sure. The rocks aren't where they need to be, but it's a really good start, and you do have a good sense of. I wish I had a better name for it. I want to say design, and just in terms of placing your shapes, but I don't. So I'll say design in terms of placing your shapes. I think you have a natural sense for it. The first figure of the woman is relatively weak for the level of work that you're doing. I don't think that one worked quite as well. I don't know, and something you might want to consider, because you're doing something that's more real world based, is use somebody that you know and get them to model. And you don't need to be strict with that. It doesn't need to be, one for one and just copy the model, but I think it would really help, because that one looked like it suffered from just not having what you needed visually to work from, or just, the language yourself to be able to make it up. So what I would really recommend for you is, draw pages, but you really want to focus most of your time at this stage to strict figure drawing, doing figure sketches from other comic artists, from life, and focus on the kind of work that you want to do. If it's more, real world based, then focus more on life, and draw clothing folds and really study that. We did a video, a live stream with a great artist for drawing dynamic clothing. I think I'd recommend taking a look at that one. It was about a month ago. I've also got a video on that. There's so many great resources for it, but it's something that the kind of art that you're doing, you can't avoid it. It needs to be strong. So I'd really focus your time on that. The anatomy looks like it's coming along. So I think you're going about it the right way, but definitely continue with it.
Thank you. Yeah, I made this maybe just definitely a few months ago. So just in that time, I feel like I have gotten better at anatomy and using references.
I think there are places where I can see it's really working, and there are places where it's not. But that's how it's going to be when you're starting. You can't fix everything at once. It just doesn't work that way. So I saw somebody mentioned in the chat that the knee is a little cut off at the bottom of the second page of the panel, and that's definitely a no-no. You really never want to cut off on a joint. So it's something to be aware of. But to be honest, I'm not really focusing too much on that, because I think what you really need to be focusing on now is your basic drawing. I personally think it's a mistake to work too much on pages when the figures and the basic drawing skills aren't where you need them to be, because you can start to shorthand and skirt some of those things, and they're the most vital. In order to draw comics well, any kind of comics, your figures need to come first and be very, very strong. So don't short that. Really, spend the time. You're young, so you have the time. You don't have kids running around you have to worry about and all that kind of thing. So take advantage and really devote the hours into learning anatomy as well as you possibly can. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the critique.
My pleasure.
Take care. All right.
All right, so we're gonna wrap it up there. It's already 12:10. It's past my bedtime. I'm sure it is for a bunch of you guys too. I'm sorry for some of the people that weren't able to make it in this time. This was a good just over 4 hours, and that's a lot. So we saw some incredible art today. I'm amazed at the level, just generally, of the artists that have come in. It's to me, it's daunting. There's so much talent out there that hasn't made the leap and started working professionally yet. But I think that a good portion, most of the artists that are kind of at that level are going to be doing professional work very soon. I have no doubt. The work's just too good. So
definitely,
yeah, it's so heartening to see just how good you guys have all gotten. And some of the returning artists that I've seen, Lance Dubois and so many others from previous streams, just coming along really well. So thank you really for all of you showing your work and having the courage to show your work. It's not the easiest. I remember how hard it was for me bringing my work to conventions and getting slapped down. It's not fun. So really, thank you, everyone. I'm looking forward to doing this again. Yeah, everyone have a good night. We will see you guys again, by the way. Thursday night, we have Wayshock coming on. So it's Thursday night, 8 o'clock this week. So it's going to be it's a heavy week for live streams.
Yep.
All right.
Be fun.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.